And under the so-called anti-war president, we have now seen the launching of military operations in Iran, in Venezuela, and in Ecuador. Just a couple of weeks ago, they told us that they blew up a drug trafficking camp in Ecuador, and it turned out to be a dairy farm. A dairy farm. This is what incompetency and unchecked power looks like. It is reckless, it is dangerous, and this is not what our country will stand for. We are not a country of kings, we are a country of laws. We are a country where people look out for one another. And we are a country that will fight peacefully, powerfully, and persistently to protect our democracy.
Nicole here. It seems like an annual event now when Terence comes. It's very challenging and inspiring for our community, and we're very happy to welcome him back again. Thanks.
It's good to be here. Well, this is the culmination of a dream of mine and sort of a departure from what you may be used to from me. I think inevitably this weekend will be a little more personal and maybe less cosmic than some have been, because I sort of have to open my private life to you, because what I'll be doing this weekend is basically sharing a friend. Last year I was here with Rian Eisler, but that was a marriage of ideological convenience. Not that it wasn't sincere, but we were drawn together primarily because our ideas were in congruence. Nicole and I, on the other hand, were drawn together primarily because our patterns of intoxication seem to be incongruent. We're going this weekend to talk inevitably a lot about the Amazon, the crisis of conservation in the warm tropics, vegetable medicine. Nicole is a world expert. She's spent over 40 years in the Amazon after a very complex and fertile time spent in the Far East before that. She's a storyteller, an ethnographer, and a personality of great depth, warmth, and uniqueness. And it's a pleasure to appear here with her. I first met Nicole in 1980 when I was part of an expedition to the Amazon that involved Wade Davis of Serpent and Rainbow fame, and my brother and Dennis and some other people from the University of British Columbia. And I had read Nicole's book, The Witch Doctor's Apprentice. This tells you something. This lady got in on it so early that shaman wasn't even a word, let alone a buzzword, when the first edition of her book came out. And I quickly discovered in Iquitos in 1980 that all roads seemed to lead to Nicole. If you wanted something done, if you wanted to meet somebody, if you wanted an obstacle cleared away with the Peruvian government or the university, Nicole was the person to see. And one of my weaknesses is for characters, and I've collected them in all times and places. My charm bracelet has such peculiar specimens as Ralph Abraham, Rupert Sheldrake, Nina Wise, Joan Halifax, unique types. I mean, they threw the mold away before they made these people. And Nicole fell into that category. So, in line with that picture of our mutual love of hell raising, I have to tell you that we stayed up much too late last night, and so we're mere shells that sit before you this evening. Yes, and some of you, I understand, are mere shells. When I really feel like a mere shell, I feel like an old wasp's nest. So what I thought we would do this evening is we want to meet each of you. This is, Roy Tuckman is on vacation this month, so we have an intimate group. If otherwise we would have had a financially successful group. So we trade one breakthrough for another. But what I would like to do this evening, briefly, is go around the circle and just hear who you are and what your interests are, and maybe a statement of your expectation or your hope for the thing. Make it brief. One cannot say often enough in these situations that lack of brevity is proof of psychosis. So please bear that in mind. 50 people are looking at you and wondering how balanced you are. So this is an opportunity to lead them astray. And I'll slyly organize it so that we come around, and then it will come to Nicole last before me, and then I will tie it all up if I can. So why don't we do that just briefly? Before we start, let me say we will have 3 meetings tomorrow, one in the evening, the other 2 in the obvious slots, and 1 meeting on Sunday. And all of these meetings will either be under the teaching tree, which is immediately outside, or right here if the weather turns bad on us. Tomorrow night's meeting will be here. So why don't we just quickly go around the circle and introduce ourselves. Michael, why don't you start?
Okay, hi, I'm Michael. I spend my time living here at the Ojai Foundation and at Omega Institute in New York. And Terence, his material and influences that he's been influenced by have been important to me as well. I love science fiction and I love Tai Chi. Glad to meet you.
My name's Leon. I also work here. Terence changed my life, to be honest. I'd always been rather scared of the psychedelics. And I met him at Esalen a number of years ago. And he was the first person who said something sane about them that really changed my thinking. And ever since, I've been greatly stirred, really, by his ideas. And they really impacted me a lot. So I'm very thankful to be here with you again.
Glad you're here, Liam.
I'm Julie Wellings. I live down in the valley here. And I'm anxious to hear Nicole's story.
My name's Stephen. I heard you one day on the radio about 6 months ago, and it was the first time I ever had any validation on what was going on in the other world for me. And you verbalize it when you talk about it, and it's what I experienced. So it's just it's really brought some light into my life, and I really appreciate it. That's why I'm here.
My name's Elaine, and I'm here because I'm feeling a draw to shamans and get reconnected with the earth and make a contribution where I can be helped.
I'm Natalie Nicola. I'm a work scholar here at the Ojai Foundation, and I'm especially concerned about the threat to the tropical rainforest.
My name's John Wymore. I'm from Albuquerque. I'm a temporary part-time staff member. I'm anxious to find out who the hell you are.
Me too.
Oh, I'm Joe Lasowski, painter, fine arts. I started doing psychedelics with wheat shoal Indian maybe 20 years ago, and I met Terence. It was like a meeting with shaman at Esalen maybe 10 years ago.
My name is Christopher, and I have a interest in the Amazon and psychedelics, and am very often haunted by Terence in terms of the radio and other media.
My name is Nina, and I'm a performance artist and old friend. And I expect the unexpected.
Yes, Nina.
Man.
I just made it up.
Nina introduced me to my wife, and it's been unexpected ever since.
And I'm really delighted to meet Nicole. What is a pleasure to honor.
I'm Faustin Bray. With Brian Wallace, we composed sound photosynthesis in a band called Into It. We produced Terence and Kat and many other folks around the town that you have come to know and love. And it's great to see you here again. You were here last year with Ralph Metzner and Terence for our first time in Ohio, and I'm glad to be here again with you.
Brian, music and this kind of stuff, and quite happy to be with these great characters.
My name's Elizabeth. When I was 37, on my birthday, I heard a voice inside my head say, from now on everything will be in reverse. And to point it up, while I was driving about a half a mile from my house, forward gear went out and I drove home in reverse. So I feel very comfortable with the archaic revival theme.
My name is Jane, and I also live in the valley, and I'm very grateful to be in your presence and looking very much forward to hearing, especially Nicole this evening. Thank you.
I'm Pat Danish. I'm a painter, and I work here. I'm very curious and interested in the other parts of reality that I touch upon in working with art and the psychedelics.
My name is Ingrid. I'm a work student here. I'm coming from Vienna, Austria, and I'm here in your workshop because I have heard many interesting things about Nicole and you, crazy things, and now I will find it out myself what is true about.
My name is Anne, and I'm an artist, and I live in Ohio and Santa Monica, and I've heard enough that I'm fascinated by this information and looking forward to hearing more.
My name is Kevin, and I came because I got somehow I got on the mailing list, and they sent me this out, and I looked through them, and this one looked really interesting. So I have no expectations. I heard Terence speak once down in Los Angeles, and that was interesting. So I'm looking forward. Well, if I'm looking forward to it, then that's an expectation. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it anyway.
Welcome.
My name's Gary, and I work here at the Ojai Foundation. One of my interests, I guess, would be what the source of hallucinations are, or where they come from, or what sort of structures in the mind and how they got there.
My name's Terence Nicole, and I live in Los Angeles, and I like plants, and I like to grow them and deal with them and see them grow. And I like to hear Terence talk about plants.
My name is Joy Alex, and I've listened to Terence's tapes. That's how I first got word and loved all the food for thought. And what more?
My name's Carl. I'm a physician from Orange County, here out of curiosity and looking for insight.
My name's Alan, and this place is a spiritual home for me and my wife. We come here a lot, and it's good to be here. And Terence is always a great pleasure to be with. I like to think of him as the Abraham Lincoln of consciousness. Among other things. It's particularly exciting to have an opportunity to meet Nicole and have a chance to spend some time with the two of them together.
I'm Marion. I'm an old friend of Terence's, and I'm happy to meet Nicole. And I'm interested in the stories about the forest and the Amazon.
Good. My name is Randy, and I'm not familiar at all with Nicole, but I'm familiar with Terence in the Amazon, and we're looking forward to everything we haven't heard yet, I guess. I think we've heard quite a bit.
You've heard quite a bit already.
My name is Diane. I'm an artist, and I've been having this wonderful experience since I've seen you for the first time this evening. We've been listening to True Hallucinations, and I've seen your photograph, and some very strange phenomena is going on for me, because hearing you speak, I mean, I heard you speak about going down the path. In my head, it's sort of full of your words, but it was coming from a speaker. And I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but it is a very strange phenomenon, a true hallucination.
Hi, I'm Max August. I'm a therapist, and I'm interested in consciousness and what time, space, and reality are all about. And it seems like you've got some things to say about that.
My name's Daniel Siebert, and I'm a plant grower, and I run a partnership with a girlfriend in a sweater business, and I received an itinerary of Terence's a couple of months ago, and there was an asterisk next to the Nicole Maxwell event, and down at the bottom it said, "Should be very interesting." So that's why we're here.
My name is Ellen, and I design sweaters, and Daniel left out part of what he does, which is he has a magical plant business, and we're very interested in plants from the Amazon and with psychoactive effects.
Yes, Daniel and Ellen have a business which is one of the few places in the United States where some of these psychoactive and medicinal Amazonian plants actually find a commercial outlet.
I'm Laurel, and I'm from New Hampshire, and very much of a child to this whole consciousness thing. I'm looking for some new answers to old problems, or old answers to new problems, whichever one you get.
Hi, my name is Bob. I work at the Ojai Foundation, and I've gotten a lot of different perspectives on your work from the staff here, and I found it rather intriguing. So it seemed like something I'd like to hear more.
My name is June, and I'm here because I like being with people of like mind. And I'm very interested to hear what you speak. I write, therapist, and do artwork, and I think I'm in very good company.
I'm Candace. I'm an artist as well, a sculptor, and interested. I heard Terence on KPFK the first time, and
wrote for the Ojai Foundation for tapes, and that's how I came here to do this whole program. And what Terence has to say just fascinated me because of where I go when I'm doing my artwork and what state of mind that I get in to do my artwork seems to have a great deal of camaraderie with what he speaks about.
My name is John. I live here at the foundation. I'm interested in the nature of the mind, especially the mind, before it became so overloaded with symbols. And at this time, I don't think we have the possibility really to look at that mind without looking through the veil of symbols. And I'd like to see through shamanism, which goes back perhaps 40 or 50,000 years, a time when maybe the mind is much more quiet. Through that, maybe I can find something out a little bit more about the mind.
I'm Joan. Thanks to Nina, I met Terence about 15 years ago, and he continues to charm not only me, but an increasing number of insane people. I'm an anthropologist, and I've had a long relationship with visionary vegetables. And I'm very interested and examining in many ways, personally and in other ways, the relationship between indigenous peoples and endangered environments.
I'm Gigi. I'm currently MC and part of the backup band for spirit artists at the Ojai Foundation. I am interested in, I would say, events and people, ideas, experiences that help deepen our sacred relationship to plants, to all life. And I'm particularly happy to see Nicole here as a welcome coming back from a women's retreat to see such a fine, distinguished woman here is a nice homecoming to accompany such a fine, distinguished young man as Terence.
What an Irish tongue you've got.
My name's Jim. I'm a part of a small company that develops socially responsible business ventures. For many years we've been doing business with the Soviet Union and recently become involved in Brazil because we believe that part of the answer to the preservation of the rainforests is the development of commercially viable businesses that support the culture and the preservation of the Amazon basin rather than its destruction. So I'm currently learning all I can about the Amazon basin to apply our business acumen to this whole task.
My name is Lauren Jenkins. I'm a contemporary artist. I've worked with visionary substances for 20 years. From South America also. In the past, I've been studying shamanism for the last 2 years. And I'm looking forward to your new insights. And thank you for being here.
My name is Marina, and last year I went to the Amazon for the first time. I stayed for a couple of months. I went to Brazil, different parts in the Amazon. I was particularly interested in the preservation of the rainforest and preserving the plants. I got involved with a group of people who are working to save the forest. They do such as they do remaster, which comes of dying. And so I've been working with them for the last year.
and particularly interested in medicinal herbs, and that I've been a registered nurse in India and Africa, also in different parts of the world. And the Amazon is particularly interesting for as much knowledge as I can get of what I'm looking for, and your name is like, been ringing in my ears for the last year. So I'm very curious to see what you have to say. I'm very glad to be here.
My name is Janet. I live here at the Ojai Foundation, and I'll probably be taking some of your meals. And I came here tonight to hear some stories.
My name is Lynn Radcliffe. I've recently come from the East to join the staff at Ojai doing program work. And I'm a peace and justice activist from a long time, and that includes justice for the environment. And I'm glad you're both doing your work for it. And I'm always glad to see gutsy, avant-garde, way out ahead women. So I'm really glad to see you there. You're a good role model. Thanks.
My name is Pat. I live in Malibu and I came in Mexico. And I love the psychedelic realm, and I love to be listening. My name is Dushanka, and I was recently introduced to you via a tape at your presentation at Esalen, and I found it very inspiring, and I wanted to hear more. So I'm glad I'm here.
I'm Sarah, and I went to hear Terence talk, and I'm glad to hear Nicole talk.
My name is Lily, and I live here in the valley. And I have an interest in the Amazon and hallucinogenic drugs from way back. I do production work with music festivals because I believe music is magic, and I have also interest in magic and the goddess. And I love to hear Terence speak because he always makes me laugh and I always learn something, and I thank you for that. And I'm looking forward to hearing you, Nicole.
My name's Lynn, and I'm happy to be here. Haven't heard either of you speak before. Looking forward to it.
My name is Bob, and I recently heard Terence up at Esalen give a weekend series of talks, and I sent Dushanka that tape.
I had to give credit for it.
I'm Eric. I'm semi-lucid insomniac, and I'd like information.
Thank you for sharing.
My name is Tom. I'm a registered nurse working in an emergency room in Ventura. Been listening to Terence for a couple of years and collecting and cultivating medicinal plants.
And I'm Terry. I'm also an emergency room nurse and fascinated with Terence and eager to hear Nicole.
I'm Pauline. I'm a psychiatric nurse, and we don't even know each other. And see, I study different forms of healing, and was in Peru up at Amazon last summer, and very much love the land, and I'm very interested in the ancient ways that come from the
Were you on the Napa, or where were you?
see, on the Amazon.
Oh, on the Amazon. Good.
I'm Chandra. I'm living in Ojai now. I'm the mother of 2 daughters. I've wandered around a bit around the world. I'm interested in good ideas, in consciousness. I love plants and the forest, and I'm happy to be here. Looking forward to listening tonight. I hope we get to you.
My name is Lola, and I live here, and I'm completely interested in the unlimited expanse of human consciousness. And I love to listen to Terence as one of the astral travelers in all those realms. So I'm happy to be here, and it's a pleasure to meet Nicole as well.
So, Nicole, why don't you just take a few minutes and say whatever's on your mind?
Well, the first thing I would say that I ought to is I never really thought too much about the out of the ordinary experiences that we all have because they seem so natural. And I've been with so many cultures now. I first went to the Amazon region in 1948, that is, as an expedition. And that was not at all for the purpose of getting medicinal plants. I wanted some excitement. I got it. And but the one thing about that was I got hooked on jungle. It's the only thing I've ever been really addicted to. I can't stay away too much. I get restless. And it does that to some people because you see, it is an entity. It is not just a bunch of trees and rivers and mud and bugs. It, to me at least, and to most of the people who live in it, I think of the primitive people, it is a very definite personality. And it has power. And so that is why I have to keep going back. My first trip did it. I got into a tribe who'd never seen a white skin before. They didn't think much of it. They took my hand and went this way. And then they said something and everybody broke up, just howling. And I kept saying to my guide, "What'd they say, Alfredo? What'd they say?" And Alfredo was laughing so hard he couldn't say. But he finally dried his eyes and said, "He says, that isn't white paint, it won't come off. She's really got skin like a fish and eyes like a fish belly, so she's hideous." So that went my ideas of being the white queen of the jungle. And after that, I learned that these people were very different from other people I've known in that you could really trust them anywhere. I was with a group of heroes. They're the ones who cut off the heads of people that they kill in battle and then shrink them. It's quite an easy matter. It's nothing particularly magical. They boil the head a little bit and make a slit up the back and peel the skin off, delicate cutting around the cartilage, and sew it up again and then fill it with hot rocks, smaller and smaller hot rocks, and then finally sand and they sort of model it, and you get a nice little shrunken head called a sansa. And so well, some people have suggested it might be rather good for me, but they were. This was my first encounter with primitives, except for a very brief one in Laos, Indochina, as it was then. And I discovered they wanted everything I had, of course. Safety pins were the greatest, the most popular. I had fortunately somehow got the idea of taking a lot of safety pins. And since the women wear a dress that goes a piece of cloth wrapped around and brought over one shoulder, rather chic, and fastened here usually with a thorn, safety pins, combining the elegance of jewelry with modern technology, were a great success. And they also rather sometimes wanted cloth. They weren't so sure. I'd taken a lot of gaudy stuff in. But they didn't, mostly they wear brown, stuff they weave out of native cotton. Cotton grows all over the place. And then dye brown and make into their clothes. But I could leave everything I owned spread out because you're always getting wet in jungle, getting rained on, or your raft. I was on a raft for that one because we'd gone through some rapids you can't take a canoe through. And everything out to dry, and I could go away all day They wouldn't touch a thing. They're very, very honest. In fact, honor is all they've got, you see, because they have any possessions in a short time will get mildewed, or they'll be eaten by bugs, or they just plain rot. And so you can't be anybody important by owning things. You have to be it. You have to be the best hunter or the best warrior or whatever. And it works out rather well until our people come along and teach them lots of other things. But that was the first trip, and I learned to respect and admire these people very much. And I had to keep going back. So I'd been hearing about medicinal plants all the time I'd been in South America, which was by then 3 years, and that the Indians had wonderful remedies, and I didn't believe a word of it. I'd had a year and a half of medical school, and these savages couldn't know anything that my professors didn't know. That's what I thought. And it took me 3 years, I seemed to be a slow learner, before I could accept that they did have some remarkable things, and only then, because I fell on my machete and got a big gash in this arm, and I have a slight tendency to be a bleeder, and I was out in the bush, not very far from the house, and put on a tourniquet of a vine, and came back, and the interpreter, who was the administrator, that this was a property owned by the widow of a Peruvian who happened to be a gal from Brooklyn, and it was way out of nowhere. It took the record for getting there by canoe was 5 days, and the border of the property were one range of mountains and a river over here and that way. And so, but here I was bleeding all over the place, and they brought out a bottle with some tree sap in it and put some on, but of course when you're bleeding like that, nothing will take. It doesn't stay there. And so they said, you have to drink some of this. And, well, I didn't want to be rude, so I drank it. It was the most horrible, acrid, made your mouth pucker, and in 3 minutes, about 3 to 4, I would say, the bleeding had quite stopped. And that was kind of interesting, so I thought I had plenty of penicillin, I didn't have to worry about infection. But so they told me that putting the stuff on it would stop any infection. So I thought, I'll see. And I put a few pieces of adhesive across it, holding it together, but I could see in between, because it got quite dry. And there was never any infection. There was practically no inflammation. In the morning there was a neat scab, a very narrow one, and it healed in a little less than half the normal time, leaving only a very slight scar. So then I had to do a little rethinking and decide that my nice arrogant position of our superiority in medicine would do a little reviewing. And from then on, I went after medicinal plants. And I found they have so much. And their psychedelics are just as important. As a matter of fact, I think they're rather more than is generally recognized. Even tobacco. Chewing tobacco and swallowing it is very hard on the stomach, but you will hallucinate. I don't recommend it, though, because there are far pleasanter ways. And they use those hallucinations so very routinely. They'll tell you, well, I didn't know what to do for my son, he was so sick, so I took ayahuasca. I mean, sometimes it was just one person alone in the jungle. Or I took any one of a dozen. And I saw a ghost tigre attack my son. That's what happened to him. Or something like that. And it is so much a part of the life that you stop thinking of those things or the medicines as particularly remarkable. They're there, and you use them as you would use soap or any ordinary thing, but with greater respect. There is a very definite need that is manifested to respect the things you use, especially the psychedelics. I remember the first time I took home a piece of ayahuasca to plant in our garden. The shaman who gave it to me was a very nice friend of mine who lives quite near Iquitos in Picuruyaco. You've been up there, haven't you? And they have it's a little village, mostly of mestizos who being, well, most of them aren't too far from a tribe themselves, and Nouveau Civilisé is very much like Nouveau Riche. They have great contempt for the poor, and the poor in what we consider culture. And so the Indians there, there are about 8 of them, Yagua and Witoto most, and Bora. And they stuck together, and they took their things to the market and all that. And I didn't realize when I first got acquainted with them that 3 of them were shamans. And I didn't know that until one day, one of them came to my house, and it was Vicente, who was quite old, and he was blind. It was very hard for him to get around, and he had to cross a river and then get on a bus or walk from Bella Vista. It's about 3 or 4 miles. And he had a little boy guiding him. It was raining. So I realized this was not just a dropping in to see a friend. And he sat down and he said, "You have to save me." And I said, "Well, what do you mean? What can I do?" He said, "They will arrest me for murder." I said, "Whom did you kill?" And he said, "I didn't kill anybody. It's Belisario." He said, "You know, I'm a witch." I hadn't known it. And he said, "Belisario's a witch, too. And he's off on a trip somewhere." He had gone up the Marañón River, and Belisario had died. He got sick and died on his head. And he said, "You know, I know that they will say that I put a spell on him, and sent a dart at him, and the police will come and get me and arrest me for murder." It is that matter of fact. And so I said, "No, they won't." And finally I had to say, "All right, I'll speak to the general about it. I'll tell him you didn't do anything." And then he was at ease. But it's that much a part of it. The ordinary texture of everyday life in a great part of the population. And so you get a little used to it, and you sort of accept it as, well, that's part of it. And I think it would do us all rather a lot of good to consider the possibilities. What do you think?
Sounds good, Nicole. I'm not going to let you off the hook so easily. I want to bring a little bit of this out. Your name is really associated with, in the public mind, I think, with the contraceptives that are very much a woman's secret.
I remember somebody told me if I kept this up, I'd be called Contraceptive Connie.
Contraceptive Connie.
It's not a title, I think. It wasn't Tessa, it was Carsten, who was, I think, a Swedish or German anthropologist. In 1920, he was studying the Canelos Indian in southern Ecuador, and he wrote an article saying that the women took some plant which is called piri piri, and they swallowed it so that they could cohabit, as he put it, in a refined way, with men, and not to have children. And at the time he was attacked violently in 1920. Everybody said, this man's out of his mind, he's silly. It invalidated quite a lot of his very good work, because everybody knew that nothing you took by mouth could stop a woman from having a child. It'd be nice to know how many of our present beliefs make about that much sense. The more you see of jungles, the more you wonder about those things. And anyway, there are they were the hardest of all things to get. You see, all medicines, at the beginning at least, now that the acculturation process is proceeding at such a rate that the old taboos have worn kind of thin in some places. But when I first started doing this, medicine is magic, and magic is secret. You don't tell anyone. One tribe will be using a totally different set of medicinal plants from another tribe. Their pharmacopoeias will be quite different. They'll overlap a bit, but the Witotos will know a plant that will heal infected third-degree burns. I've seen this without any scarring. And the Okainas, who were even in the same language group, didn't know it because an Okaina girl told me how a Witoto woman cured her, and her tribe hadn't known. And they just keep it separate, a secret, even when it's a friendly tribe and a somewhat related tribe. So it was it made it rather a sporting proposition to see how much you could work out of them. And being a woman and traveling alone is a lot easier because there's no threat to anybody. I'd have a boatman and his wife, but that's all. And an interpreter that picked up at the edge of the language area. And also I'd travel in very inconspicuous and not necessarily by choice, rather ordinary and poverty-stricken way. And so that made it better too. You go in all with fancy equipment and a fine boat and half a dozen people, you're not going to get very far because they're too used to being put down. And that in itself is a put down to go in looking very elegant. So I managed to get quite a lot of stuff, and it made it rather more fun, something that gamed so you could feel you were pretty smart. And the one thing that even when I had formed a very strong friendship, I could not for years get anyone to tell me about was their contraceptives. I knew they had them. I knew because some medical missionaries had told me of a case in which a woman with malformed pelvis had had a terrible time giving birth, and they told her she couldn't have any more children. And in this particular case, the woman said, "Oh, that's too bad." And said, "Are you going to leave your husband?" "Why should I do that?" The woman said, he's a nice man. Why would I leave him?" "But you can't have any more children." And she thought, "I'll take some medicine." But she wouldn't tell what it was. And she never had another child. And over the time they were with them, there were about 4 tribes, four women in the tribe who had that same experience. And so they were convinced that oral contraceptives did exist and were effective. But at that time, I think it was about, when I first heard about it, it was about 1951, and before I'd even really started going after medicinal plants. And the contraceptives, oral contraceptives, did not get publicity and get on the market until 1960. So I believed them. And I thought it'd be kind of interesting to get them. But you just draw a blank when you mention them. In fact, you may ruin when you're building a relation with, you've gone into some tribes that are kind of far away and not used to white people, and maybe it hasn't seen them very often. And you're getting along fine, you say something about a contraceptive. Once I just said, "I smell piri-piri," which is, and I've had 20 piri-piris for all different purposes, rheumatism, contraceptives, and some you wash your husband's pants with and he'll be impotent with another woman. And they're using it for everything. They've got one for whatever it is. So, but every time, I even got myself practically thrown out a couple of times just by mentioning. And so, finally, it took a long, long time. But you will eventually, if you keep going into different tribes and meeting different people, get a sudden understanding. It's like the leap of an arc between 2 electric poles. And now and then it happens, and then you're really lucky. And so I did find a Hebrew woman who got them for me, and even then I had a very difficult time getting away with them but we managed. And well, it was very funny actually how I managed. I had been thinking about this. I was going up the Rio Corrientes, and there's a Hebrew. You've been up there?
Not Corrientes.
And there's a Hebrew colony up about halfway up the river on the way to the Makusari. And they were having a great fiesta, and everyone was getting very drunk when we arrived. And you don't want to hang around when fights are apt to happen when Indians get drunk. And so we went home with this one woman who was taking her husband home to clean him up. I think he'd been a little sick. And it is not considered bad manners at all for a man to get roaring drunk and throwing up, because that's part of the fiesta. It's almost a ritual. And so she and I sat and talked, and with me she spoke Spanish, very bad Spanish, and sometimes pretty hard to understand. But she did know a little. She didn't like my boatman and his wife, neither did I by that time. And so she wouldn't speak Spanish. In fact, I found there were 3 people in the tribe who spoke Spanish excellently, or at least intelligibly. That's excellent in the jungle. And she didn't. When they had left, she said to me in Spanish, first thing she said, "Where's your husband?" And I said, "Oh, I didn't know that Indians had divorces then." I said, "Well, we are not married anymore. He is in one place, I'm in another place. He is no more my husband." Thinking I was giving a good shock, I said, "Oh, me too." And so she had been married to a very brutal man, she told me, and he beat her and so forth. Finally, he abandoned her to her great delight. And her stepfather was the witch doctor of that tribe. So he told her, it was a long time before she was willing to marry again. She'd had a bad time. And her little daughter, there's no question of custody, the child stays with the mother in jungle divorce. And he told her that she ought to marry again. And she finally did find a man she thought who was very good to her, and he was quite an important guy in the tribe. He even had a pair of shoes. And they were bright yellow. And he was the only only Indian on that river who had a pair of shoes. And he was an awfully nice man, too. And so she married him, but she would not give him a child. And I said, "Well, how did you manage that?" She said, "Well, of course, I took the medicine." And I thought, oh, at last. And so she told me she'd give it to me when I got, and I was going up the river, and I said, "Give it to me when I get back." I didn't want it, for one thing, I didn't want to carry it around, because I knew by then that anything that has to do with the giving or withholding of life, things that ease birth, ease labor, and they have some very good ones, and things that, and the contraceptives, and the abortifacients, they have very good things for abortion. All of those are so secret that you have to be awfully careful and awfully sure you're really in and intimate before you mention them. At least you did in those days. It's easing up now as they're losing their taboos, they're losing their culture, they're also losing their knowledge of the facts. So it doesn't help much. And so she gave them to me when I came back down, but they were having another fiesta, and the men were all sitting together at one end of the house. It was an Indian house. Has a trunk in front to climb up because they're built on stilts because of the floods. And then just a platform and a roof. And nice and airy. And they were all sitting around there. It was raining. And the women got me the plants and I was just about to get them down to the canoe when some of the old men who were sitting in a little row in the back came over and looked glance and looked at me. Then they started talking, and my friend Tessa started explaining. Didn't work. And they said she was looking very distressed, and so was Auntie, her auntie that had helped in this deal. And I had been thinking about this. I'd learned the trick from a man in Shanghai who had a hard time getting the best of his Chinese servants sometimes. And so, through the interpreter, I said, tell Tessa to tell them. I already knew the names of all these plants. I knew all about them. So Tessa did, and I suppose, and spouted either. And I said, okay, if that's the case, what's the name of this one? So I, through the interpreter, said, well, tell him, of course, I don't speak his language. So I couldn't tell him what this bench is in Hebrew. I don't know the word for bench. I couldn't tell him what the rain is, but I can tell him what it is in my language. It is this one I think is a logarithm. And this one is an isosceles quadrilangle. It's quadrangle. Which is throwing wild combination. And you know, they do sound magical. And they are magic to me. I don't understand them at all. And I got by with it. Because Tessa said, and the old witch doctor whom I had bribed by giving him a glass eye, which he could, I figured he could sort of pull a few fast ones if he ever got in a problem with magic. And so it worked beautifully. And I left rather quickly and got them in the canoe and off we went. But that's how secret they are. And now
I'll let you off the hook. Thank you. Yes, well, I mean, I talk a lot about how this plant knowledge is being lost, even more quickly than the rainforest itself. And I think very few modern ethnographers have taken the time to learn it the way you have. And very few modern ethnographers have been able to gain the confidence of women the way you have.
They haven't tried.
No, they haven't tried. But I know horror stories of clashes between insensitive anthropologists and tribal groups where
you have to keep your antenna out all the time.
And you have to take your time and not be in a hurry.
I have been and got myself thrown out.
By being in a hurry. Yes, Nicole is the only white person I have ever met who has been able to convince me that they actually enjoyed being in the jungle. And Nicole does enjoy being in the jungle.
Oh, why not?
There are 10,000 reasons why not.
It is the most exciting, the most beautiful, and the most sort of sacred, it has a spirit, a very strong spirit. And also you have the great pleasure of thinking, imagine me doing this, and feeling like somebody important.
That's right.
To yourself.
That's right.
And I don't get that chance very often.
But I traveled years later to many of the same places that Nicole describes in her book, The Witch Doctor's Apprentice. And the model, let me tell you, for exploratory writing is you go nowhere and then you exaggerate when you write about it. And all these hairy-chested guys who are running around the Amazon with machine guns and helicopters inevitably exaggerate the difficulty. And if you read Nicole's book, it sounds as though the Amazon basin is just dotted with wonderful, clean, friendly villages filled with happy, fascinating people.
Oh, nuts. My books aren't phony.
No, that's what I mean. You don't exaggerate. But Sebastian Snow and some of these other people.
Well, I knew Sebastian. He came to my door and said, in Lima many years ago, somebody banged on the door. He was this nice little blonde boy. And he said, I'm Sebastian Snow, the Royal Geographical Society. I said, that's nice. I'm a fellow, too. I said, well, I'm not yet, but I'm going to be. So then...
No, well, I think the acid test for every Amazon explorer is how hard you find it to stay at Arica. And I became...
well, that was not...
That was a hellhole. Well, Alfred Russel Wallace in 1858 described it as absolutely unbearable. You had a terrible time there.
Well,
I had
not
an
only that, but I
awful
lived in
time.
a double boiler.
You lived in one of those metal buildings
Yeah.
that they put up. Yes, so did I. Yes. Why would people put up with this kind of stuff unless they felt they were in touch with a living world?
Because the people they sent down, they didn't know. It was the Colombian police. And they sent down people who were from Bogota, grew up in Bogota, didn't know a thing about the jungle, and they sent them for a year and a half so they didn't have time to learn anything.
Very lonely boys from Boyacá.
Unhappy. And the thing that's bad about that place is that they have the most stinging gnats I have ever seen. 3 kinds of stinging insects that fly in clouds. Really in clouds. And there are the little black gnats that make a blister. There are the little black gnats that make a bloody spot. And there are the tabanos, the triangular black flies.
This is the one we were trying to remember yesterday. Tabano, yeah.
And they will eat through the heaviest jeans or anything else, and they make a very painful, burning bite. Of course, the mosquitoes are all on duty, too. But they're less evil. Now, that is the most important.
It's an awful place. Nicole visited La Chorrera long before I was there, even before John Sullivan was there. That's how out in front of the pack she was. You were there in 59. I didn't get there till 71.
They're a wonderful group of nuns and priests there.
Yes, I wonder how they're faring in the middle of the Coke Wars.
But I haven't heard they're killing any Catholic priests.
No, I think that airfield is very important to the Coconeros, and probably they strive to keep decent relations there.
Well, they're all Catholics, too.
Oh, yes, absolutely. The higher horror of the whiteness is certainly a Catholic trait. Well, let's see here. Let me... I'm a little off balance because I held a weekend at Esalen 2 weeks ago, and they allow the people who participate in the workshops to evaluate people, and I got dinged. And somebody wrote an evaluation and said, Terence McKenna is the William Buckley of the psychedelic left.
Good God!
And he needs to learn to listen. So you'll see me trying to do a lot of listening this weekend. I have a kind of obsessive need to create a certain kind of closure, so excuse me for about 5 minutes and I'll do it. It's just to satisfy an itch of mine. It's the need to try and tie this all together and make some kind of sense of it. I mean, what does a plant that heals wounds have to do with hallucinogens, and what do these things have to do with a global planetary crisis in the ecosystem, and what does that have to do with each of us? Well, to create an overarching metaphor that can connect all this together, I think what we have to do is think in terms of the exhaustion of our own cultural forms. I mean, that's what we're living through, is a global dying created by the exhaustion of our cultural forms, and the vitality of the cultural forms that we see in these so-called primitive, I called them pre-literate people. As Nicole pointed out, they have nothing, but what they seem to have that we cannot seem to get a grip on is a kind of dynamic equilibrium with their environment and peace of mind in the felt experience of the moment. These are the two things we don't have. As a society, we cannot seem to make peace with nature. As human beings, as individuals, it's very hard for us to be at peace with ourselves. I mean, I consider my own life the search for peace of mind. Forget enlightenment, forget shunyata, all this stuff. Just a little peace of mind would be a tremendous boon as far as I can see. So I really think that there's a confluence here of themes and possibilities. It has this richly plotted texture that always lets you know that you're in the presence of a higher order of things. It's that the shamans whom we admire, who we idealize, are seen to be at the center of this environment, the warm jungle, the tropics, the warm tropics, that we find it necessary to destroy. So it's a perfect image of us being at war not only with ourselves, but with nature itself. And, you've heard all about how the Amazon and the Congo Basin in eastern Indonesia are all being cleared and lumbered and turned into cattle ranches. This is a tragedy, obviously. We understand and can perceive the dynamics of that. But how to make sense of a situation where, as the World Bank and the IMF attempt to halt this kind of destruction, on the other side of the coin, the United States State Department and the DEA and these agencies propose and are planning to carry out the defoliation of the Waijaga Basin. So there's a schizophrenia here that is not academic. I mean, are we trying to get the patient well, or are we pulling the plugs one by one? We seem to be acting in both dimensions simultaneously. And I think it's because we have not in this culture awakened to the depth of the crisis that surrounds us. There's a lot of kind of self-congratulatory backslapping going around these days over the fact that communists everywhere are in hot water and have to admit that they did it wrong. And this gives a lot of satisfaction to people who feel that that means we did it right. We didn't do it right. They did it wrong and now admit they did it wrong. We do it wrong and have yet to even raise the possibility of turning away from what we are doing. The internal contradictions of Marxism were based on a false definition of what people are. People do not respond to central planning, hortatory propaganda, and stereotyping. Neither do people respond to an ethos of self-denial or a view of human beings that denies the fact that we have certain itches which must be scratched. So, I think that the collapse of Marxism is only the collapse of the outer edge of the societal and civilizing assumptions that we have made. After all, Marxism is nothing more than the millenarian retread of Christian millenarianism. And so is modern science, yet another secular retread of Christian millenarianism. So our culture is in trouble. Not trouble. We are at a terminal crisis, a bifurcation that it can only go one of two ways. Horror beyond your wildest imagination, or breakthrough to dignity, decency, community, and caring beyond your wildest imagination. Now, where do you look for models? Where do you go? The answer is so obvious. You go to nature. Nature has been playing this game for 3 billion years on this planet. We have been playing the game, we, the apostles of Christian scientism, for about 2,000 years. Nature has an economy, an elegance, a style that if we could but emulate it, we could rise out of the rubble that we are making of the planet. You know, it was the geographer Carl Sauer who said, man found the planet a climaxed primeval forest. He, and notice the gender here, he will leave the planet a weedy lot. A weedy lot. Well, now this is a metaphor where you change climaxed rainforest for weeds, but it's also true. By clearing land, we promote the kind of plant evolution that stresses very rapid seed production and annular cycles of growth. In other words, weeds. And this tendency to find perfection and then to leave rubble in our wake has haunted us for the past 3,000 or 4,000 years of our history. Now, with the ozone shield disappearing, with acid rain falling on the earth that can melt blocks of marble, with the CO2 levels rising, with the levels of strontium and chlorofluorocarbons, and you know the litany, we have now one last chance to fish or cut bait. And the place where nature has provided the models for how to respond to this situation is the climaxed rainforest. Only the climaxed tropical rainforest has the kind of complexity of signal transfer, movement of nutritional materials, movement of electromagnetic radiation that we find in the modern city. It is a cliche of modernity that the city is a jungle. The problem is it isn't jungle enough. And I think it's the task of the new shamans to take the metaphor of the jungle, which is a metaphor of tremendous wealth, tremendous variety, a tremendous outpouring of form and of energy and of potential fulfillment of various bifurcation patterns of flow, to take that and enrich our own lives with it. And the way this is done is by empowering the presence of experience. The main thing that you get with these so-called primitive, pre-literate people, and with people like Nicole, who have spent time in this situation, is they are in the moment. They know how to have fun. They know how to work. They know how to live. And the reason they understand this is because they are focused within the confines of the felt presence of experience. They do not live by abstraction. And abstraction is the knife poised at our hearts. We are so much the victims of abstraction that with the earth in flames, we can barely rouse ourselves to wander across the room and look at the thermostat. That's the level of disimpassioning that abstraction has laid upon us. Well, hopefully this weekend there will be passion. There will be an effort wherever there is abstraction to drag it down into the felt presence of the moment. I think basically what we are a kind of green anarchy, an effort to revivify social forms that have been atrophied in the West at least since the destruction of Eleusis, probably in most places thousands of years before that. This is our last chance. I have done the best I could in terms of trying to sift through all these options and, as a communicator, offer the best way out. And, I could only do my best. And so that's what you get. I can't preach scientism because I don't believe in it. I can't preach Buddhism because I can't understand it. The only thing I can preach is the felt presence of immediate experience, which for me came through the psychedelics, which are not drugs, but plants. It's a perversion of language to try and derail this thing into talk of drugs. There are spirits in the natural world that come to us in this way. And so far as I can tell, this is the only way that they come to us that is rapid enough for it to have an impact upon us as a global population. This weekend will be different because we will be hewing close to the source. Nicole is a priceless repository of information, more even than she knows. If I could declare her a national treasure, I would. The number, who knows what this woman knows? Who knows how much human suffering, the alleviation of how much anxiety lies in the hands of perhaps half a dozen people of Nicole's caliber who have paid their dues in these jungles. This information is flowing through our fingers and disappearing. In another 30 years, it will be all gone. Every time I go to the Amazon, I can feel the way in which it's slipping away. When my brother and I go off looking for these unusual hallucinogens, often we have the experience where when we finally find the person who claims they know what we're after, the line goes like this. Well, I've never taken it, but as a child, I remember seeing my grandfather prepare it, and I think I can do it. If it weren't for us standing there asking that it be done, it would never have even risen into the gentleman's mind as a possibility. This is the knife edge upon which this knowledge is poised. If it can be saved, it gives me hope that we can be saved. If we can't save this kind of knowledge, we cannot save ourselves, because this kind of knowledge is ourselves. Culture is a garment which you put on. Medical systems are pieces of jewelry which you wrap around your throat or neck. Religious ideals are like objects which you push through pierced nostrils and earlobes. If we cannot come to terms with that which allows us to give birth with ease, to die with dignity, and to live in health, then what kind of a future do we have? No future at all. So this is not a meeting of obscurantists or enthusiasts for some private vista of transcendence. This is a meeting of political activists, people who are socially committed to themselves, to each other, to the larger idea of community, and who understand that when you talk about Gaia, it's only an abstraction unless you talk about plants. The division between the masculine and the feminine is only trivially a difference between men and women. It is fundamentally a division between plants and animals. Plants are the enveloping feminine matrix of control and refurbishment, Animals are something invented by plants to move seeds around. An extremely yang solution to a peculiar problem which they faced. So the archaic revival, if it means anything, it means reconnecting the Gaian mind, which is a vegetable mind, a feminine, enfolding, boundary-dissolving, planetary mind that is not an abstraction, not a stereotype, not something used to create hortatory propaganda, but a living, breathing reality, a reality which is the only thing which stands between us and Armageddon. We will pursue this in detail over the next 2 days. Thank you very much. That was great. Spectrum of alkaloids working on you from 10 different directions in the middle of this. The wonderful thing about chacruna, the Secotria viridis, the admixture, the normal admixture to ayahuasca, is when you do an HPLC or a mass spec on that, it's just DMT. It's a pure spike of NN-dimethyltryptamine, nothing else hanging on to it. And I think they are such subtle folk chemists that they have discerned this, not only located every possible source of DMT in this ecosystem of several 100,000 species, but then discerningly focused in on those that have the cleanest of these signatures. So it's a very impressive thing. And to what end, you may ask? I mean, somebody asked me, do they just take these things for fun? And the answer is not at all. They are regulating their psychic world. They are this, when ayahuasca was first described by people like Richard Spruce and Theodor Koch-Grünberg and these early people into the Amazon, they spoke in terms of a telepathic drug. They felt that these small groups of deep forest Indians were actually entering into group states of mind with this stuff. Well, then in the sort of hard reductionist era of pharmacology, this was, of course, completely poo-pooed and dismissed. But now, with our planet in crisis, I think we need to go back and look at this. I have had extraordinary experiences in ayahuasca sessions. Kat isn't here, so she can't tell the story, but some of you may recall the story. In Don Fidel Mozambique's circle, he had a nephew. This guy was worthless. He was a small-time weed dealer, part-time pimp, mostly ne'er-do-well, but because he was the sobrino, the shaman's nephew, he couldn't just be tossed out. And he would come to these ayahuasca sessions, and the shaman, Don Fidel, Don Jose, the old guys would sing these beautiful songs in Quechua, and he would sing against them. He would sing while they were singing. He would sing a different song. And these people, I don't know how true it is generally in Peru, but these Loretanos, the people of Loreto, are such fine people. They will never directly confront a social outrage. So everybody in the circle was uncomfortable with this guy, didn't want him back. It was the main topic of conversation when we all weren't loaded. But when we were loaded, there he would be, hassling the group. So finally, after about the third time this came, there were about 30 of us in the shed. Don Jose, this older guy, had made the ayahuasca, and he was quite proud of it. He was showing it off, and it was god-awful strong. And Don Jose, the sobrino, was sitting across from me, and as these waves of hallucination would come, I would see him, and he would turn into like a monkey, a howler monkey, or a monkey with a dog's face, and just these weird animal transformations, and everybody else was staying the same. Well, Kat who is a little less mealy-mouthed than I am, finally had all she was going to take of this guy. And we were all sitting there, and she just looked across the room. She just gave him what in English parlance is called a look that would kill. And he physically staggered backwards. And what I saw was these red darts come out of her eyes and go across the room. The singing stopped. Yes, the singing stopped instantly, and Don Fidel turned to one of the old guys and said, "She sends those..." And the other guy said, "Yes." And it was just this, it was a telepathic group experience where someone had been able to zing somebody else, and 30 people had seen it as a real thing. Well, I think the potential for this kind of thing for problem solving is immense.
The thing I used to be in politics as we have them today.
You want to say something? No? Well, and you see, what they'll tell you in the Amazon, these ayahuasqueros, is the purpose of each journey when it is not to cure. And the shaman I spent the most time with, he did public curing sessions on Saturday nights, and everyone was welcome. On Wednesday nights, he took double doses, and it was a very small, intimate group, and he said, "This is for knowing. Now we don't cure. This is to know and to see." And what this consisted of was the recovery out of the hallucinogenic state of what are called icaros. Icaros are magical songs, and the more of them you have, they are taught to you by the plant spirit, and the more of them you have, the more powerful a shaman you are. Well, these icaros, when you listen to recordings of them, they're quite beautiful, quite extraordinary. But when you're with the people, it's made very clear that an icaro is not something you listen to. An icaro is something you look at. You look at it. It is to be seen. Even though it is made out of sound, as a composition, as a work of art, it is offered more in the vein of a painting than a song or a poem. What is happening is that in this group state of mind, the intentionality of the singer is beheld as a three-dimensional modality of light and of color. Well, this is like an ontological transformation of language itself. Language, you see, we have eyes, ears, and tactile sensory receptors. They break the world of incoming perception, the electromagnetic radiation and the acoustical waveforms falling on our bodies are canalized by the senses into these narrow streams of input, the visual input, the audio input, the tactile input. In the ayahuasca state, a synesthesia comes into being. Well, synesthesia in our context is a rare medical word, but if you know anything about Romanticism and the literary movements of the 19th century, the pursuit of synesthesia is what drove the French symbolists and the Romantics. They saw this melding of the senses as a higher, a transformation of the ontos of art. And I believe it so to be. I think that what history is for is to give us a technology that will allow us to share our hallucinations. And they, the people of the Amazon, these los tribus, the tribal groups, have perfected a shamanic technology that allows them to do the same thing. It's this ability to display to your intimates the contents of your own head that creates a larger organism than simply the ego. And there are so many problems here with translating these concepts from language to language. The shamans of the Amazon may not even grok fully that it is this collective state of mind that is so empowering to them and that we don't have. How do you know
what it's like to be inside the clothing of another culture. Well, you don't know, but the modality, the benchmark that the pharmacological fact of the chemistry of consciousness gives you allows you to work out from a given a kind of map of what must be going on. That's why the shaman's remark that it's so hard to take ukuhei was interesting. It meant that, he was making a statement about the human condition. He was saying, it's hard for us to do this, just the way it's hard for you to do this. I've discussed this with mushroom shamans in Mexico and ayahuasqueros in South America. They say it is not easy to do this. It is not easy to plunge into this hallucinogenic maelstrom. No culture prepares you for the modalities of the psychedelic experience. A culture can give you personal authenticity, self-control, and courage. These things will serve you well, but in terms of preparing you for what you will experience, it's virtually inconceivable. I think that the great gift that is going to come out of ayahuasca is the ability to open our heads to each other, to truly de-individuate, to truly create for ourselves a group mind. And now on a global scale, you see the masculine engineering mentality is just running along behind the feminist, shamanist parade, hardwiring all the changes into technology. The engineering mentality doesn't believe it unless it turns on with a red light when you hit the button. But all that the engineering mentality can dream of or ever accomplish, it's in place in this vegetable matrix, this other way of doing it that doesn't give you much to show. No Amazonian shaman can point to an edifice like the World Trade Center or an atom smasher or a moon probe and say, the genius of my worldview allowed me to create these things. But the genius of their worldview allows them to create authentic caring, reasonable transmission of gnosis from one generation to another, an ability to walk lightly on the earth, an ability to intuit the needs and feelings of other people. And this is what we lack, is any sort of emotional sensitivity, any sort of ability to call on the racial mind at its roots to authenticate us personally in moments of stress and crisis. This is the ego really is a poor substitute for authentic being. And it's the poor substitute for authentic being that we have, each and every one of us, opted for. Man, woman, oldster, child. The neurotic programming is so deep that it is very difficult to transcend it. You see, I think, and Nicole is certainly a part of this phenomenon, that what really has happened, let's just say in the 20th century, it is that anthropologists, ethnographers, botanists, geographers, linguists have gone out to the four corners of the globe, the wastes of the Kalahari, the Amazon jungles, the storm-beaten shores of Kerguelen, all of these places, and they have come back with information. These people copulate in this position. These people intoxicate with this kind of thing. These people treat wealthy people this way. These people treat homosexuals this way. These people believe identical twins are this and that. All these ideas and technologies in the form of drugs, basically. And every jungle has consciousness transforming potential within it. Not all equally, but no jungle, no ecosystem is so poor that you can't find a consciousness transforming element in it. Well, as we now sort through this vast smorgasbord of options, should we practice the oracular systems of the Azande? Shall we all become Mahayanas? Shall we take up Sufi practices? What is our relationship to the shamanism of Tierra del Fuego? As all of this is sorted out in a kind of evolutionary fury, certain things are going to come to the fore. And I think it's not the form, not the ritual, but the way in which these things empower being, empower the physiology, the felt experience of being, and empower the cognitive processing and the integrative processing that goes on between people. And in the world of paradisical Taoistic integration that I hypothesize preceded history still exists in the Amazon, in these, basically in the ayahuasca complex, but then in all the other complexes that are the feathering out of the edges of that. The archaic consciousness lives. This is why I think we are so strongly drawn to involve ourselves with these archaic people, because we recognize that they have answers to questions that we couldn't even ask until the 1960s. Do you want to say anything about any of this, Nicole? Or shall we ask people for questions?
I would like to be asked questions. I like even to be interrupted when I'm talking. What do you mean by that?
What is your experience with ayahuasca?
Mine?
What is your experience with ayahuasca?
Well, it's about the usual, I would say. Actually, they usually don't give me a strong enough dose, because I think I'm, an old lady and delicate or something. And so I haven't had such vivid experiences as so frequently, or such enduring experiences. I just get flashes on and off usually. It's very hard for me to convince anybody that I am really very coupled. And so they give me, mine have been oddly disappointing usually. For example, one night I couldn't see anything except the temples in Thailand. And I'd seen those already, so I wanted to see something new. And very elaborate in Indonesian architecture. That wasn't what I wanted. And I kept saying, Senorita Ayahuasca, because that's the way you must address her. Please, turn it off and get me something else. But incidentally, the respect for such plants must always be shown, not only in your mind, but verbally, and in the handling. When a witch doctor friend gave me my first, he sang a song to it when he dug it up. And he sang, Dear Senorita Ayahuasca, I am very sorry to have you leave me. But you are going to Senorita Nicole. She will be good to you. She is a good person. You will love her. She will love you very much. Please grow big and strong and active. And that is the way you must transplant. Did you do that with yours?
Oh, yes, and I blow tobacco smoke and the whole bit.
Yeah, of course it will. But they are extremely aware of plant sensitivity, of course, and must always respect it. And the kalos, these magical songs, are so much a part. I was sometimes told that they didn't think the plant would work for me, especially when it was something they didn't want to give me, it was taboo, because I didn't know the song. Or if I knew it, I couldn't sing it properly, because nobody could who was not a Toto, for example. Did you have that experience?
Oh, yes. And they're very proud of the difficulty of these languages. These languages are extremely difficult to learn. Nicole's experience of finding it difficult to get thoroughly loaded is somewhat typical. there are a lot of problems. I mean, it took me a long time to get stoned in a native situation because they always gave me too little because they're all little. And they had a notion of the dose, and it just would barely rock my boat when it was clearly very intense for them. If you find yourself in South America sometime pursuing these mysteries, you may have to resign yourself to drinking a lot of swill before you get to something swell. I didn't really understand ayahuasca till I made it, till I was able to repeatedly make it and each time add more Psychotria viridis to intensify the visions, and finally I got it where I wanted it. You see, one of the things there's so many things about ayahuasca that are interesting. It really is a unique thing. First of all, it is technically a drug in the sense that it's not a plant, it's not just one plant. With morning glory seeds, with peyote, with mushrooms, with datura, with cannabis. This is one plant. Ayahuasca is a binary weapon. You have two things which have to be combined for it to be effective. Well, now that not only means that it is a combinatory thing, potentially different each time because the ratios are potentially different, it also brings the human element in very strongly because it's going to be about who made it, in the same way that a souffle is about who made it, while a glass of water is not about who made it. And so personalities become involved here. Well then, because it's something made, it can be made strong or weak. It can be diluted. Now, if you're into it for the money, all you have to do is cut it 50% and you've got twice as much money and the stuff is half as good. This is familiar to all of you, I'm sure, who've dealt street drugs, this equation. You know, if you cut it by half, you make more money, but the stuff is garbage. Even liquor, the horror of cutting fine liquor and what that does to it. So you really have to know your guy or gal if it is the rare case when it is the ayahuasquera comes into the picture. There are ayahuasqueras. When Kat and I were in the Amazon in '76, we tracked down and spent time with Manuel Cordova Rios, who some of you may know his book, The Wizard of the Upper Amazon, by Bruce Lamb, is about Manuel Cordova Rios. Well, when we met him in '76, he was 93. He looked 55, but he did die a couple of years later. But he was still curing people and seeing people. And well, that reflects on my story. Nicole says he was an awful liar. We went to him, he was in Iquitos, and we said, we want real ayahuasca, we want the real thing. He said, you have to leave Iquitos. Everyone here is a liar, a mentirosa. So he said, there is a woman, Juana Gonzalez Opie. Have you ever heard of her? No. His story was that as a 17-year-old girl, many years before, she had contracted leprosy. And there was no cure available to her except that he cured her with ayahuasca, but not before she lost her hands and feet. So she was clearly a heavy-duty person and had a great reputation. And we pursued her to Pucallpa, to Yarinacocha. We finally actually found her relatives, but she had gone to the Andes for a few months to cure. But in the process of trying to find Juana Gonzalez Opie, we met all these other curanderos. And this is often the way of it in the Amazon. You look for one thing only to have a reason for being there, and what you really are fated to find is something far different.
Serendipity is Amazon travel.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, it is.
Hello.
And you'd better be good at it. Isn't it time for lunch or something?
It's getting close. Maybe we should break for lunch. It's a few minutes.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, we could take a couple more questions.
What we're talking about, and if you have any comment of a mixture of the Torahs into the ayahuasca or
Did you ever deal with Brugmansia?
I've heard of it being used in it because I'm scared of Brugmansia. I have known personally one case in which it killed so many brain cells, cortical cells, that the man was totally incurable, meninges, nobody could help.
Yes. Besides the DMT, which is added to the ayahuasca to make it highly visionary, then there are what's called tertiary admixtures, a third component, and this is what Ken is asking about. There are many, many of these tertiary admixtures.
I have 20 or 30 listed.
And most of them, when you get them into the lab, are chemically complex. They are probably...
Some are quite useless.
Some are useless, but some, I'm sure, push it all over the map.
Yes.
And Datura is certainly one. Brugmansia is one. There are Abuta species. There are a number of these. But I'm still trying to master the two. I have in Hawaii many of these tertiary admixtures, but that's real magic. That you don't get. Pardon me?
You have to test those things before you use them.
Yes, because they could be mutagenic. And a lot of people, really terrible things go on in Peru. I mean, you have to be sure of your ayahuasquero. I had some friends who went to Lamas near Tarapoto, and they documented an ayahuasquero there who, when his ayahuasca was all done, just to give it the proper zing, he would hit it with a tablespoon of creosote. Well, creosote is not only awful, paint it on a mouse's ears, and 2 weeks later the mouse will have tumors on its ears. It's about the worst thing you could possibly come up with.
All sorts of things. I know of one who put kerosene in.
Yeah, kerosene.
Kerosene, of course, is considered a great cure for snake bite.
Right, they always want
I remember
to.
landing in a village once. Now, if anybody was sick, I had a lot of good medicines with me. In the early days when I didn't know so much about didn't believe in plant medicines. And they said, yes, there was a man there who had been bitten by a snake, a featherland, a few weeks before, and he still wasn't well, that he'd had 2 whole bottles.
Yeah.
I remember Carlos messed with ayahuasca, their songs. Are there songs?
Yes, I think singing is sound, and language is what this is all about. I mean, we are not given to this, or I suppose I shouldn't make a generalized statement, but it's not my general tendency to burst into joyful song. But on the mushroom, voice, the purity of tone, the control, the almost synthesizer-like stability of the tone is shocking. Plus, you can see it. You know, you swipe this way and you leave a chartreuse trail. You come down through it this way with a magenta stripe. You are sculpting in this audio dimension. Yes, all of this small family of hallucinogens that I talk of with such enthusiasm, they're all related. Psilocybin is a tryptamine. Ayahuasca is a pharmacological strategy for activating DMT. The snuffs from the kumala trees are DMT and 5-MeO-DMT. The drugs, the compounds that interest me are vanishingly small compared to the whole cornucopia of pharmaceutical nature. I'm not into, the whole cyclicized amphetamine series, including MDMA and MDA. I find that not very compelling. The short-acting anesthetics ultimately seem to me to be somewhat uninteresting. I'm just a fanatic for this one thing because I want to very strongly make the point that altered states. There are just thousands of altered states. Panic, love, despair, hatred, loathing, anxiety, and boredom, and drug states. 2 scotches and an Irish coffee, all of this stuff. But what I'm interested in is this very specific thing that seems to me so transcendental and peculiar. It isn't a mirror to self. These tryptamines ultimately will be superseded in psychotherapy by something else, because they're not the best instrument for looking at the cracked personality. What they are is a tremendous instrument for looking at the invisible dimensions of the larger universe of mind. That's what they are for. So I think you should be through your stuff before you come to this. It will psycholytically clean you out. The first few trips will then be directed toward your stuff. And many people never push beyond that. They just say, my God, it was so horrible dealing with my fears and anxieties and stupidities and self-betrayals that I'm never going to go back. But if you will persist, eventually it no longer becomes about you. You become the small figure in the foreground of a vast and unfolding cosmic drama, not a personal drama. And that's the shamanic perspective. And every shaman must go through this shedding of personal identity to then reach an accommodation with it. That's why when I encounter the mind behind the plant, what I always say to it is, show yourself, reveal yourself. Let me see as much of you as I can stand. Don't tailor it for me. Don't kowtow to my needs. Push me to the limit. Let me see as much of your quintessence as I can imbibe without overflowing. Well, we'll talk more about this afternoon. Thank you very much. Good. Dealt with? Yeah.
Yeah, you suggest that shamanism is like the way to get man into a harmony with back to nature sort of thing. Are there other ways, and if there are, do they have any commonalities?
Well, I guess shamanism is what has been focused in on as the overarching metaphor, because all of these potential responses seem to lead somehow in that direction. I mean, the concept of shamans spans the notion in the modern usage from manager to poet. So it's a pretty broadly based concept. It's exalting a superior form of planning, which we could use some of at this point here. Okay, well, what we thought we would do this afternoon is I would talk for a little bit, and then maybe Nicole would respond to that if she felt like it, and then we would leave more time for questions than we left in the morning. I think both Nicole and I feel that the fruitful thing, the most interesting thing, is the questions, because left unquestioned, I tend to fall into my own creodes of habit and just repeat certain favorite numbers. But if you want to jog it in some different direction or cast it in a different light, then the question thing is good for that. The subject matter of this weekend is Amazonian shamanism, specifically named in the title. And I think this gives us permission to talk more about some of the details of shamanism in the Amazonian situation than we might in a weekend that was devoted to the planetary crisis generally, or some of the broader cosmic themes that I sometimes deal with. But I think one thing that is a common thread from the cosmic view to the particularized sensitivity to what is happening in the Amazon is the content as we can describe it of what these shamans are experiencing. Can we build a common language about this other dimension? And if we can, what does this common language begin to look like? So I thought this afternoon I would just remind you of some of the old metaphors for this alternative dimension, the beta matrix, the other realm, and then some possible new wrinkles on it. And I'm speaking now particularly of the intensified states that are associated with this shamanic complex of plants based on tryptamine. So it's a worldwide phenomenon. DMT is rarely distributed in any plant in sufficient quantity that it can trigger an unambiguous intoxication without somehow being concentrated. Either you have to extract and concentrate the bark, or you have to do a hot water extraction of the leaf, or in some way it has to be concentrated. Yet nevertheless, over the millennia, people have located the sources of this phenomena and spared no effort to make it available in a religious and shamanic context. Well, so what is it? The experience is can be very compressed and brief. In a typical DMT experience where it has been smoked, the onset of the experience is on the order of 30 seconds, and the duration on the order of 5 to 7 minutes. With ayahuasca, and sometimes the way the tribal people do it is they boost it. They take a second hit some hours into the thing. You can prolong these states of intense visionary synesthesia for hours. But, yeah? No, I don't think so. A typical dose of ayahuasca that would be highly visionary will have 85 wet weight grams of Psychotria viridis in it. I would estimate that to be close to maybe 15 dry weight of Psychotria. And that amount of DMT, if smoked by itself, not in the presence of an MAO inhibitor, would not be effective. You see, the genius of the ayahuasca pharmacology is that beta-carboline alkaloids like harmine and harmaline are being used to lower the threshold of sensitivity to DMT, so that a dose of DMT that would normally be not perceived is in fact, absolutely flattens you, because your sensitivity has been raised by the inhibition of these enzyme systems. Well, what is this like experientially? Well, it's as though, in the first 5 seconds, the room clears of air. Everything, all colors brighten. It's as though the air has been sucked out of the room. Everything brightens. There's a generalized feeling of anesthesia, perhaps localized in the skin. And then you close your eyes, and there is a mandalic formation of undifferentiated red and orange. This is some kind of, what you're actually seeing is the bow shock of this gradient of unusual neurochemistry hitting the synaptic membrane. One by one, the synapses are giving up their normal affinity for serotonin and instead converting over to the bioelectric dynamic molecule that is being suddenly offered to them. And as this occurs on a scale of millions and then tens of millions of synaptic locations, a higher cortical experience comes into being. There is a sound like the compression of a cellophane wrapper, a kind of crackling sound, and then a penetration into this alternative reality, some kind of a modality of light and distance and dimensionality that is somehow inhabited. This is the real shocker for the modern positivist reductionist mind, that It is a world of spirit, of animate intelligence, of comprehending and relating that suffuses every atom of existence. And if you ask a shaman, what is this? He will answer without hesitation, oh, well, it's the realm of the dead. It's the afterlife. These are our ancestors. What he doesn't explain is why one's ancestors should look like they're made out of gold and brass and be puttering around like jeweled basketballs, speaking in hyperdimensional syntactical languages which condense on the floor in front of you. Apparently, these are questions which are reserved for a deeper level of initiation. But in any case, they say, oh, these are the ancestors. Well, this is I've been in this biz for 20 years, and at some time in the past, I must have faced this and repressed it. But recently, it has come to me what a stunning denouement this would actually be if this is truly and in fact what shamanism is about, and that we merely have to open ourselves to what these people are saying. And what they are saying is there is a chemical technology for accessing the beyond, this higher mathematical manifold where that which has been and that which will be is somehow kept, some Blakean domain of potentiality that can be accessed. This would explain this hair-raising sense of familiarity that attends the contact with the utterly bizarre and unexpected. So that when the cognitive dissonance that accretes itself around this ecstasy is composed of two parts. It is that, my God, I can't believe this is happening, or even that I could perceive it if it were. And the second part is, this is totally familiar to me. This is more familiar than any other part of my life. This is my place. And the cognitive dissonance that ricochets between those places approaches unbearable. I was talking with a chemist a few weeks ago, an old friend of mine, and he was saying, well, what do you think about DMT in terms of risk? And I said, well, the risk is death by astonishment. That's what you're really courting. And, if you don't think that's possible, it's because you've never done this, because you pass that close. I mean, you just say, this is amazement on a spectrum which could kill you if you let it run out of control, because it is so intense. It is so improbable, and yet so familiar. Well, if it were somehow tied into this afterworld domain, this would all begin to make a certain weird kind of sense. Rupert Sheldrake has suggested what he calls necrotic biochemistry, that the dying process is actually the process of release of tryptamines into deep brain structure. Well, okay, so you've got this modality, and there's stuff going on there. Well, what kind of stuff is it? Well, chiefly it seems to be a kind of domain where information is being passed around. Information is being offered, and it's being traded. And I've often tried in reconstructing these experiences to feel into, where have I had this feeling before? This feeling which I now have, not a fear of being killed. It's a fear of being sort of screwed. In other words, it's a fear of being taken to the cleaners, being had, having my purse slashed, essentially. It's a feeling which I associate with the Crawford Market in Bombay, where in a dark period in my past I had to carry out intricate semi-legal transactions which left me sleepless for nights. So then I had the idea, why do I think that? Why do I get this feeling from the ancestor souls that they are trying to take me for a short ride? And I realized it's because they are traders. They are traders of means. This is what they love. They collect and trade ideas. So when you burst into this shamanic space where Yggdrasil, the magic world ash, is rooted on a plain of travertine and is flames before you, when you break into this place, what they offer are gifts. Say, look at this, look at this, look at this. And these things are like miracles, toys, bubbles, Fabergé eggs, Cellini goldwork, jewels, and and yet they sing, they speak poetry, they create their own objects which they offer to you. And in the midst of all of this cacophonous, elfin confusion and opulence and syntactical richness, you're trying to perform the eidetic reduction and figure out what the hell is going on here and what's real and what's not and what you can tell your lover and what you can tell your mother. And it's a craziness. After many years of being completely bludgeoned by this kind of thing, I finally understood through making a kind of composite map of these trips, many of them overlaid over each other, that the place that you break through to and all the high-dose tryptamine experiences lead toward this is it's like a receiving area for a human being. It's like a playpen. It's someone very odd's idea of a reassuring environment for a human being. You know, sort of a cross between French bordello and early hyperspace. I mean, there's a lot of cut plush velvet and chrome and warm and domed and you're supposed to like this. You're supposed to say, how thoughtful. And then, you know, but somebody is looking in from another dimension and saying, you know, the human subject seems to have accepted the conditions in the reception area, something like that. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, I started out a rationalist and have ended up the pathetic creature you see before you. Well, and it was because I poked into the wrong places. I discovered, and many of you probably have too, or are soon about to, that reality is a very thinly spun cultural fiction. And as long as you stay on Main Street, it all holds together pretty well, you know. But my God, just walk down one of these alleys off Main Street and you discover, you know, channeling, psychic healing, the dreams of Atlantis, the this, the that, an endless cornucopia of fuzzy thinking. And in that, you know, there are nuggets of genius, because Main Street is clearly nowheresville. I mean, it's just male dominator, linear, post-Cartesian, high-tech, materialist, positivist, so forth and so on, the litany you know so well. So the great excitement for me in this shamanic dimension and why I speak to it and what excites me is the fact that here is something totally unexpected, beyond our wildest dreams. I mean, you may have believed in flying saucers, but did you ever believe that they would land in your bedroom? I mean, that's the promise which this stuff holds out. Something is curiously awry with our cultural machinery, and apparently we have a huge blind spot to a dimension of animate, organized, and non-human intelligence. You know, is it God? Is it the space people? Is it the goddess, the Gaian mind, the vegetable matrix of the planet, the light pump of the solar system? Who knows what it is? The fact is not to know what it is, but to experience it, to verify that this is going on. And That's the big news that the cataloging of cultural bric-a-brac brings back in the example of shamanism, saying, oh, that turned out to be phony, and this was done with smoke and mirrors, and for this they used pig guts or something. But these people, and that was how I did it. I mean, I went to India years ago as an ingenue and sat at the feet of these guys and sought wisdom. And, it wasn't until I got to the jungle that people were willing to show me into this, the dimension that exceeded my wildest dreams. I mean, that's it. And my dreams are pretty wild. And they were then, and I'm sure yours are as well. And yet, even if we dream together, we cannot dream the frontiers of what is possible, because in our world of entropy and tawdriness and betrayal and stupidity, there is also, the unspeakable, improbable presence of this thing in these plants. And, I believe it called us forth out of primate organization. I believe that history is an effort to come to terms with this, a kind of hysterical love affair with the unthinkable, where, you embrace it for 1,000 years, then you burn all your cities and books and persecute it for 1,000 years, and then you go mad and flip the coin again, because it's here with us. It is with us, tangible, experienceable, and yet not rationally apprehendable. It is the confounding of rationalism. And rationalism is the weapon by which the ego segregates the world. Me and them, inside, outside, my tribe, their tribe, the good people, the bad people. This segregation of the ego. This is the neurotic response that somehow comes out of the trauma of our evolution on the planet. Our mother has been turbulent. Our childhood was turbulent. I evoked this morning when I talked about how 9 times the glaciers rolled south from the poles. We were left alone in the apartment a lot is the practical equivalent of this. So now, finding our way back, we can't get out of this mess without a miracle. It's like the Grateful Dead sing, you need a miracle every day. And the only miracle around seems to lie in this strange domain of this shamanic dimension, that against all odds and probability, there is help or something nearby. Anyway, the strange flickering light of an unvisited farmhouse, and we're broken down on the road with a double flat and rain is pouring. So we are going to have to make our way toward this thing which beckons and which seems to have shaped our history. And these Amazonian people kept the faith. During the prodigal wanderings of Western men through history, the Amazon peoples kept this faith, the memory of which they had carried over the land bridge from the Eurasian continent, the oldest religion in history, the doorway out of ordinary time and into the presence of the elder things, whatever they may be. We don't even know. Our history is a fiction spun so thin that we are like children in the face of this possibility. H.P. Lovecraft, where are you now that we need you? Well, anyway, that's just sort of a way of evoking the space, the depth of the mystery. So what we are talking about is not bright colors or paisley wallpaper that is found not to exist in the morning, but the best kept secret in the whole history of the human race, the fact that there is this alien dimension nearby and accessible through plants at great risk and with great benefit, something to which we have become culturally completely deadened. And hopefully a gathering like this is a permission now that we are poised with a knife at the heart of the world, to ask the question, what is the world? What is this thing we are about to kill out of our greed for condominiums and parking space? Do we understand what we are doing? Can we understand what we are doing? Difficult questions. Let's hope that there are easy answers, because we have hardly time for any other sort, because the momentum of this thing is so great. The answer must be nearby. It must be within us, because we haven't time to go anywhere else or meet anyone else and understand them and apply their solution. We don't have that kind of time. We have to dream it up. The submarine is sinking now. What are you going to do about it? Well, I think that I personally felt that I searched the surface of reality like a blind person, probing for a chink, an opening, a possibility in the seamless surface of the high walls that seem to hem us in, the prison of Gnostic iron that the Mandayans placed at the center of the universe. And the chink in the armor is this radiant otherness that is showing through the plants. And what it is, who knows? What it's for, who knows? But that it loves us, that it too is reaching out toward us, is self-evident. And how can we not respond to that? We don't know what reality is. We don't know who we are. We don't know where we are. We are lost, and this is beckoning light, warmth, affection, and understanding for the plight of humanity. Shamans have always healed their people and predicted the weather and predicted the movement of game and this sort of thing out of resonance with this greater mind in nature, which has sheltered the human family over millennia. I mean, it is the unseen partner. It is the goddess. It's a real thing. And now it must somehow be invoked operationally again because of our predicament as a result of having turned away from that. So the task is to understand all this, each in our own way, and then to communicate it to others to understand each in their own way, and to build a Gailanic consensus for life, for life. Because it's the only thing we know that has given us self-reflection. So, Nicole, do you have anything to say about that?
Well, I believe, Terence, that you have been given a much wider experience, a much more vivid and probably valuable experience than most people. Why is that? Why do, for example, most of the Indians I have, or perhaps just not able to explain it or to talk about it, but most of them say, well, they saw a tigre and some snakes, or they went to a beautiful city, and much simpler understanding.
I think it's language.
Isn't it?
I think that
very well could be.
That every single one of these Indians has seen things no human soul ever saw before. That it's a richness of beauty before which one is inarticulate. As to why I can do it, well, maybe necessity is the mother of invention. I'm not a stockbroker. And we can always blame the Irish. But I don't like to do that because that shuts everybody else out. And I don't believe for a moment, and in fact I might say that, to me the important thing about this experience is I really believe that everyone can have it. That this is something almost, it's no exaggeration to compare it to sexuality. This is a potentiality in the human organism that if you go to the grave without knowing about this, it's rather equivalent to going to the grave with your virginity intact. This is an enormous area of what it is to be alive. I mean, And it blows my mind to think that the last 50 generations of people in Europe created all that philosophy and science and diplomacy and so forth and so on without a single person being stoned for a single moment all those centuries. I mean, it's pretty much gristle and beer, isn't it, folks, when you look at the accomplishments of European civilization. So I think it takes practice, though, to access these states, and I'll respond.
That was another thing I was going to ask. Your initial experience with anything like that?
My initial experiences were kind of funny. It always seemed to hit me very hard. I was thinking the other day of, for some reason I hadn't thought of it for years, I think I was remarking the anniversary of it or something, about the very, very first time that I took LSD. And I took it in someone's apartment in San Francisco. And for me, the world divided into two great polar opposites. And perhaps it's still true in some strange way. One side of the thing was called the Iosteks. And they were like God. They were everything profound. I mean, to utter this word was to hurl yourself on the ground and press your face into the dirt. It was like invoking a Faustian flame, miles in extent. That was the Iosteks. At the other polarity were this something called the Pinkesters. And they were hilarity and elfin dissolution into the minute. And I was just hurled between the antipodes of these two crazed, concrescent concepts for about 14 hours. And very peculiar. But by techniques, what I wanted to say was, because it will be useful, I assume, to people here, you do it in darkness and in silence and in reverence, on an empty stomach, free from distraction, with attention to breath. That's all. Now, what do we see? What does this operationally look like? It looks like a person sitting alone in a dark room, quietly breathing or meditating or something like that. That's all you see. That's the exterior manifestation of the sadhana. And what is going on is this person is navigating an internal river system of great complexity. Syntactical Niagaras are pouring over internal precipices of perception and remembrance. And, it's very intense. I mean, I have had experiences where I swore that everybody from Seattle to San Diego must have just thrown themselves under their desks to escape the blast, and it was just happening between my ears, I mean, it's like watching a thermonuclear explosion through 50 feet of absolutely clear crystal, and you're in violet, but what's raging in the optical pathway is like the collapse of a universe, or the birth of a universe.
The first time you took ayahuasca, was it that intense?
No, it took years of fiddling with ayahuasca because they don't make it right. I won't take anybody's but my own, just because they're not heavy enough on the foot pedal of the Psychotria. I think they want to.
That's it.
They want to graze the surface of it, and I want impact. So I really push that because that's what fascinates me. The visions. I mean, some people say you're just a vision freak. That these wonderful feelings and thoughts and it's true that all is there. But there is something so convincing to my mind about a hallucination because it's so intricate and happening in real time, and you're just looking at this thing jaw agape. You could never draw it, you could never have previously imagined it, and yet it must in some sense be said to be yours because it's happening in your mind. And so then you wonder, well, what is my relationship to this thing? It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Did I make it? Does it come out of me? Or is it no more me than me standing looking at the evening star? What is the source of this transcendent beauty that resides within the human nervous system? I confess I don't have the answer. I think that's I am basically a Platonist, and then when you couldn't support that anymore because of advances in modern philosophy, I retooled as a phenomenologist. But I'm still basically a Platonist, and I believe that the good, the true, and the beautiful are somehow facets of the same notion. And for me, the pursuit of beauty has been the fastest way to get entangled with the true and the good. Now, for somebody else, it might be different. But this beauty that we find resident within ourselves is, I think, the strongest argument that I personally know of that we are more than clay, that we are, caught up in a cosmic drama of salvation and redemption of some sort. I don't say what sort. I'm very leery of that. But that, that we are caught up in a cosmic drama of salvation and redemption, and the covenant that she has made with human beings is symbolized by the psychedelic experience, in the same way that God's covenant with man was symbolized for Noah by the rainbow. The psychedelic experience is the magical iridescence that is thrown off ordinary matter, vouchsafing some kind of insight into a transcendent level of organization that is behind appearances. Anybody want to say? Yeah.
I had a question. I wondered what role the psychedelics had creating the different religions that come out of the Middle East.
Well, as I wrote this book for Bantam and trying to study the relationship of drugs to culture over thousands of years in many places. And what I came to feel was that in a cultural situation where you have a strong plant hallucinogen, one of these pipeline to the goddess plants, women will tend to be in the powerful positions in the society because I'm convinced that women were the developers of language, that the gathering part of the hunting-gathering equation, which was the women's part, had more evolutionary pressure on it to develop syntax in order to differentiate these hundreds and hundreds of plants, some toxic, some food. And I think that when the primal partnership society on the Saharan grasslands of Africa began to break up, it happened very slowly, you see. At the climax of the African cattle goddess mushroom partnership equilibrium, my supposition is that probably mushrooms were being taken every 2 weeks or month in a group situation with group sexual practices because of the CNS arousal component of the psilocybin being what was going on. Well, okay, so this is the experience that these people were building their civilization around, and it was an experience of boundary, dissolution, tribal-mindedness, group sensuality, and group values. Well, as the African continent dried up and this pastoral lifestyle became more and more difficult to support, and the distance between water holes over centuries, we're talking now, grew greater, it became harder and harder to hold these mushroom ceremonies on time, to have this experience regularly, to keep it part of the society, and eventually it died out. And there was also another factor working here, which was as the climate dried, it became more and more important to find a way to preserve the mushrooms so that they could be used then at the regular ceremonies. Well, the preferred agent for preservation, I discovered in the Neolithic, was honey. Well, the only problem with that is that honey itself is a natural product subject to fermentation. So as the mushrooms got scarcer and the climate drier and there were more and more preserved mushrooms in honey, and then fewer and fewer preserved mushrooms in more and more honey, you got a slow switch over to a mead cult, an alcohol cult. And at that very early period in the Middle East, then you get the emergence of the dominator model. At 9,500 BC, from Scandinavia to Arabia, you get what's called the Tanged Point Technocomplex. Means suddenly a lot of chipped flint, not distributed along river bottoms where game was frequent, but distributed on the wrong side of walls around former habitation sites. In other words, war has come to the world of 9,500 BC. This is because great agriculture over-succeeded. Surpluses meant sedentary lifestyles and defense of inventories. And suddenly, there were people who had food and people who didn't have food, and a whole economy of pillage and strife emerged. So I'm really very unenamored of monotheism in all of its forms. I understand its philosophical attraction. One, it's the attraction of simplicity. Let there be one God. After all, isn't that the simplest solution? But taking a Jungian tack on that, we image in our personalities the kinds of gods that we permit ourselves to worship. And if you have an image of God as omnipotent, omnipresent, infallible, all-seeing, this is the dominator archetype incarnate. And then everyone images it in their psyche, and you get the birth of the ego. This thing, it's like a tumor that forms in the personality in the absence of psilocybin. In the absence of psilocybin, these assumptions begin to get going about my territory, my women, my food, and there's no end to it. It's the death of everything. So this long strain of dominator culture that comes out of the Middle East gets unfortunately reinforced, whether serendipitously or by design is not clear, by the choice of a phonetic alphabet to put down these early Middle Eastern languages. You see, phonetic alphabet gives tremendous permission for abstraction, because what is symbolized is not a little picture, not the thing, but the sound of the name of the thing. So you're 3 steps removed. It isn't enough that you communicate in symbols. Here you don't communicate in symbols. You communicate in a still 1 stage further removed thing. So, cultural styles are, I believe, drug-based, based on very old relationships with intoxicants. And it basically divides along 2 lines. The soporific, these things which loosen social strictures and give permission to express the dominator model, and then these other more nebulous, visionary kinds of things. So it's a suppression versus enhancement thing. This might be a good point to make the point, since there's so much talk about drugs in today's world, that the pro-psychedelic position is an anti-drug position. That should be clear. Because the way I think of drugs and what is objectionable about them is by analyzing cause and effect. Well, what is it that we don't like about drugs? Well, we don't like that they cause unexamined, repetitive, self-destructive behavior. In other words, they make you stupid and self-destructive and habitual on those items. Well, this is precisely the kind of behavior patterning that psychedelics break up and destroy. You cannot carry out unexamined, self-destructive, habitual behavior in the presence of psychedelics, because they will show you too strong an image of the consequences. these amazing statistics that were reported with curing alcoholism with LSD before they made LSD illegal, where they would give chronic alcoholics one 500 gamma LSD trip with a sitter, and something like 60% of these people were going dry and sticking with it. Well, people said, my God, LSD is a cure for alcoholism. No, it's a cure for stupidity. It's not a cure for alcoholism. That's infantile. It merely gives you an image of the consequences of your behavior. And this image is so horrifying that you modify your behavior forthwith. Yes, yeah.
Clear, and I would be very interested in people.
It was with a mixed group. Yes.
Was there ever a touch with women? And
No.
Have been
No. They don't think about it that way. People just go. People. Yes. Someone who has a problem, perhaps is hoping to solve it, and by finding out what happened to his wallet or her string of pearls or something like that. Of course, they don't very often wear pearls in that society. But it's a totally heterogeneous group. It's whoever happens to come, with the permission of the shaman. I don't know of one. There seem to be far fewer women who have taken it. No, I don't know why. The women usually take it when they're in tribal situations, in the culture. The ones who are not too acculturated usually take it when they are ill, and frequently it is a diagnostic tool for the shaman. He takes it with the woman, and then he knows where the evil dot is gone that is making her ill, and how to remove it.
In that when I choose to have a psychedelic, I make a conscious choice to take ayahuasca or LSD or choose and control the time and place in the company. It comes over me in an when I get an idea or a form or a painting or something like that. It's not something that I can control, and it's a similar process in that you go into a different experiential mode. And I found that we can sit here and talk about this and we laugh about elves and things, but in the real world, people don't like it. It's like Main Street, what you were talking about Main Street. This happens to me and I feel like I really need to, because the muse is there. I can't say, well, the muse is here, I have to go paint. Somebody else has to do the garbage. People get angry at me and say, that's irresponsible. No place artist or a seer unless you've got, so therefore it's okay for you to come off the wall because you're going to be funny and entertaining, but it's not okay for just, a person like me to do that.
You're about to get what you came for. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well, then you can do what I do. The reason I do this is because I lost my job, and no, I mean, I see what you're saying. I mean, it is problematic. If one person believes it, it's a psychosis. If two people, it's a folie à deux. 3, a cult. 4, a movement, and so on. What we're trying to do here is empower the mean, give permission, and say, you just got comfortable with gays and black people. Well, guess what? You're now going to have to elbow over one step further because there are all us lodies out here. And we're tired of being thought of as stupid. We're not stupid. In fact, we're smarter than you are. And, we're tired of being this is not the Cheech and Chong hour. So, and then the deeper answer to your question about art is I think that these two things are basically spun together and are completely one and the same process. I mean, on a historical scale, the way I think of these psychedelics as they're catalysts for ideas. They are actually like enzymes. You know, an enzyme, well, let me define a catalyst first. A catalyst is a chemical which makes a reaction go faster, but it isn't itself consumed in the reaction. And an enzyme is an organic catalyst. Okay, so psilocybin, these things, they're like organic enzymes for creativity, for the imagination. We have this peculiar faculty called the imagination. It's like a wonderful, omni-adaptable hand. It's an internalized hand. We use the imagination to grasp situations and to remake models of reality. And this is what's given us the one-up on the tapir, the cheetah, the gorilla, is, you know, the imagination. Now, artists have always been, you know, the carriers of the banner of the imagination, but it becomes much more cogent and pregnant with importance in the modern context because the whole cultural enterprise is becoming design. I mean, I don't have to tell this to people from LA. LA is one of the most heavily designed cities in the world. The entire cultural fabric, the coral reef of human accretion, is becoming an expression of art. And I think this is, we might as well talk about this now, or at least brush by it. This is where our future lies, in the realm of the imagination, somehow. I mean, I can't quite put all the pieces together for you this afternoon, but some afternoon I will. It's just not, I don't know what to say yet. It's too early. But downstream, and the technology is already taking shape, we are going to go into the imagination. We are going to live in a world that touches the earth no more lightly, no more heavily than a thought. And this is a reasonable cultural goal. Money can be made doing this. This is not sky blue stuff. We can retool the culture toward this revivifying of archaic sensation and make money at it and back off a little from this other thing, which is so tremendously destructive. And it basically has to do with turning it over to artists. People ask, what can I do? What can little me do in this onrushing planetary chaostrophe that has seized everyone? Well, I think the answer is cognitive activity, dance, poetry, painting, writing, computer graphics, code writing, whatever your gig is. But cognitive activity is our salvation. It always has been, and it must be now. There's no going back. Dream the dream. Yeah, well, yes. Do you all know what virtual reality is?
I don't.
Virtual reality is a technology. Remember, you heard it here first. Virtual reality is a technology which is developing at lightning speed. And it basically involves a helmet and a glove. And you put on the helmet and you put on the glove and you throw a switch and you're in another reality, a virtual reality. And you can feel objects in this reality through your glove because the glove has sensors embedded into it which react to a complex computer program which tells the glove to bend as though it were gripping a ball. And then you feel a doorknob in the virtual reality and you open a door and walk through and so forth. And the people who are developing this have great hopes for it, clearly to make money, which it obviously will. But we here under this tree are sophisticated McLuhanists and understand that media always has a feedback loop into cultural self-image, and that we cannot put on a Dior gown without feeling like a party where that would be appropriate. And what virtual reality holds out the possibility of, that these people have clearly grasped, is we are going to be able to show each other our fantasies, Of course, yes, all the trivial ones first, but then everything else, and here is a tremendous dimension in which art can function. Imagine if we each could show each other our dream. What an enriching thing that would be for design. In other words, for the topological manifold of visible culture, because we see all these things in our dreams. But I think that this is only a trivial aspect of what virtual reality will make possible, because the people who are associated with it are no strangers, I think, to psychedelic perspectives. One of the strange things that happens in the DMT intoxication is this language which is seen, not heard. These elf-like creatures in this other dimension have a syntactical way of communicating which is visible. They don't communicate with sound, they communicate with light, which condenses into these crystalline, toy-like, semi-organic, self-transforming, highly colored things. Those are syntactical structures of some sort. They mean something. Well, you've heard me talk about the communication systems of octopi, that octopi have this very highly evolved nervous system, and all over the surface of their skin there are what are called chromatophores, specialized cells which can change color. And octopi, when they wish to communicate, they have traveling bars, blushes, dots, stripes, all this stuff flowing over the surface of their skin. Well, notice that they become their syntactical, and that's what's actually happening here. They are not, as we do, our method of communication is to make small mouth noises, which are transduced across space as sound, reconstructed in the brain of the hearer, and then a dictionary is consulted and the commonest meaning chosen for the incoming sound. As ways of conveying information go, this is what you call a very low-grade signal. It's a miserable way to transfer data. But if you could see what I mean, if I could literally cause my concrescent intention to appear before us and rotate like an object in space, we could take a step forward toward telepathy. Well, in the virtual reality, paint boxes and toolkits are being created in the software realm that will allow people. Jared Lanier, the great brain behind some of this, is interested in what he calls non-symbolic communication. Non-symbolic communication and the more perfect logos of the DMT ecstasis are the same thing. It's a moving, visible modality of intent that you see, you don't hear. So I think the virtual reality opens up the possibility that, my mother used to say, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. I actually look forward to that day. I believe that that's within reach. Anybody else? Gailanic. It's a term that Riane Eisler introduced in her book, The Chalice and the Blade, and it means related to Gaia, related to the goddess. Have you all read The Chalice and the Blade? It does all this spade work for me. Riane and I appeared right here a year ago. She's a brilliant woman. She's born in Vienna, an archaeologist, has given her life to understanding Middle Eastern prehistory, the archaeology of it. And it is, when we talk of dominator versus partnership societies, we're using Riane Eisler's words. You see, we want to get completely away from the gender polarity of talking about a matriarchy versus a patriarchy. First of all, there is very little evidence for a true matriarchy. What seems to have happened is that there was this thing called a partnership society, which gave way to male dominance, dominator society. But in the original hunting-gathering thing, that equation was fairly well balanced. The men hunted, the women gathered. There was pressure on the women to develop language. This they did. This allowed them the notion of agriculture and pastoralism and the husbandry of cattle and a cycle of nomadism based on mushroom use, husbandry of cattle, and a mixed hunting and gathering ecology was what existed in Eden, really. And then the story I told you of the drying. You know, if you look at the story of Genesis, it is very clearly the story of a drug bust. I mean, this woman ate of the fruit of the tree of life, and she gave it to her, and then there was this problem. And Jehovah, musing to himself, says, they must not do this, because if they do, they will become as we are. Not it's bad, or it's poisonous, or they'll make themselves sick, but they will become as we are. Well, how plain does it have to be, people? I mean, it's right there, embedded in the ur-text of Western civilization. The story of the woman's fascination with the dimension brought by the plant, and how this had to be suppressed in order that everything could be a bring down for thousands of years.
But Terence,
my dear,
I know of two tribes still in existence, which are matriarchal in Paraguay.
Yes, I think it happens. It's not a hard and fast rule.
But as a matter of fact, they're in terrible trouble if they still exist, because the Amish went in and took them over.
The Amish.
And they were so confused. Last I heard, they were in very bad shape psychologically.
Yes, well, wherever these dominator philosophies have gone. And, you know, I wrap monotheism very heavily, but I also think, you know, modern science is the bastard child of Christian theology. I mean, all that rummaging around by Thomas Aquinas and Francis Bacon entirely set the stage for modern science. I mean, here is Francis Bacon on nature. Nature must be put on the rack that we may torture from her secrets. This is Francis Bacon, the father of modern science. I mean, is this a dominator, woman-hating, misogynist vision or what? And this was done, you know, and the secrets were tortured. And now we hold, you know, the power to light the fire of stars on the cities of our enemies. But to what end? Here, this gentleman.
You mentioned traders before we get into this. I always saw that as kind of pirates.
Pirates.
Pirates, little pirates.
That's absolutely right on.
And they're very much a competition for ideas. But they never let you kind of keep them. You just kind of get a taste of what this thing could be like.
Well, see, the goal of my life was to escape from the fairy mountain with fairy gold, and I think I did it. I mean, I may be deluded by the time spent in Fairy Mountain, but this time wave thing that I am so concerned to communicate is like a piece of the fairy action. And as to what they took from me for that, I don't know, probably the I Ching. Probably they looked into my head and said, you know, crude, but the workmanship is interesting, a fascinating primitive piece, and made the switcheroo.
So did you feel at all that you were part of their play?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, this leads me to my next question. To the plant bringing, why would the plant do this?
Why would the plant call us into consciousness? Well, it's, you know, or maybe you don't know, but in the introduction to the book that Dennis and I wrote on how to grow mushrooms, the mushroom makes a little speech there. It says, I am old, 50 times older than thought in your species. I come from the stars, yet I've been on earth for ages, so forth and so on. And there it says, what you have that I want is hands. You have hands. You can move matter. I am like a cobweb spread through the soil. I am so diaphanous. I touch the earth so lightly. And then why? What are these hands for? well, then you touch on this peculiar theme in the mushroom, which is its apocalyptic tendencies, its millenarian tendencies. It sees the solar life as circumscribed. It thinks in terms of a cosmic, a galactic radiation of its genes through space and time. It doesn't want to be trapped on one mud ball when the star that it's orbiting goes up. This question of the dynamics of the sun is very interesting. I don't know why, the alien thing that it is, why it would call us forth into organization. There are some things that are that we can't comprehend. I mean, when you confront the other and you begin to dialogue with it about these things, and it begins to lift the veil on these vistas, it becomes unbearable. Ultimately symbiotic, and ultimately somehow for purposes of departure, the theme of departure, whether it's to another continuum, that a doorway will open and we'll go, or down into the crystalline substructure of the planet, or into the wind. But the theme is that we are finished here. It's interesting that these plants have these messages, because I don't get this from ayahuasca. To me, ayahuasca is maternal and the river, and I often see flow, sediment, the rivers, the sediment, the overturning of minerals, life and death, but not this let us go where no one has ever gone before. On your feet, mankind, the great adventure, and it begins to, march out into this inflated but perhaps true vision of a destiny for us, that we have a destiny, that there is more for us than saving this planet. That must be done. But maybe it's a test, save your planet, and then we'll talk to you.
I don't suppose you have on your agenda a debate with the drug czar?
Actually, within the last 3 hours, the very possibility was raised, showing that we all resonate together. I suggested to Joan and to Gigi that the drug czar be invited here, and that I believe you should meet with your enemies. I love this idea. If any of you have read Encounters with the Archdruid by John McPhee, it's about David Brower, the great conservationist, who was such a radical conservationist that the Sierra Club threw him out. They just couldn't take this guy. And he went down the Grand Canyon with the head of the Bureau of Reclamation, who built Glen Canyon Dam. And they hated each other. They had sworn death practically on each other. And they went down the Grand Canyon together, and each night at the campfire they would set a bottle of scotch between them and work on it and rave. And it's fascinating. It's wonderful. I would love to talk to these people, because you see, I'm as concerned as anyone else about the fact that we're drugging ourselves to death because we can't find what we're looking for. We are dysfunctional, and like an alcoholic or a junkie, we take drugs to forget. We do everything to forget, because had we been in balance over the last few centuries, we never would have gotten into this mess. We're the generation who's having to pay the bills, but these bad habits have been in place for centuries. And the answer to the drug problem lies in psychedelic, self-directed psychedelic therapy is the only way I can say it. I mean, if you ask, what can you do? Straighten yourself out is one answer. And how to do it, that's how to do it. Yes. Didn't you have a question? No. Sorry. Yes.
Could you comment in Shamanism, she said,
Partnership and friendship. Well, shamans are fairly irascible people, I've noticed. Mircea Eliade talks about this in his great study of shamanism, and I think the phrase he finally settles on is essential but peripheral. In other words, the shaman lives in a little house at the edge of the village or a short distance from the village into the forest, and as the keeper of the doorway to these fairly terrifying dimensions that involve life and death, he's a fairly remote character. The friends of shamans are usually shaman themselves. The apprentice relationship is a whole other issue, and in my estimation has been very perverted in the Eastern way of doing things. What I found in the Amazon was that these people were very willing to share most of the secrets that I wanted to know. You had to know a lot to ask the wrong question. Eventually we got to the wrong questions, and they were bewildering. I mean, like, I was very interested, of course, in intensifying this encounter with the DMT thing. And so I kept asking my shaman teacher about these plants that he was reluctant to talk about that I knew were stronger. And finally, he said, it's comida de perro. It's food for dogs. And I didn't know, since my Spanish is so terrible, whether this was an idiom or literal. And he said, it's mal y bizarro, strange and evil, and not for Christians. And what he was talking about was simply a more intensified state than what he was working with and curing with in the ayahuasca sessions. So, it's a gradient. It's a thing. I saw a shaman once who had been practicing shamanism for 25 years in the Amazon have an ayahuasca trip where he said after it was over with, he'd never do it again. That was it. So, pride goeth before a fall. On the other hand, it's very kind and forgiving and user-friendly to beginners. It's a relationship. It's not a thing. It's a somebody. And if you approach it as a somebody rather than a thing, you will have a much richer time for it, I think. Yeah. Well, this question always comes up, and I'm famous for my answer, so I might as well give it again. No. Well, see, I mean, everybody always says that surely yoga and the Sufis and this. Well, who knows? I haven't had time to check all this out. I did check out yoga. I feel fairly confident in saying that 95% of yoga is absolute hokum. The other 5% is pure gold. But sorting it out among these babas and, keeping your guts intact is just, really a daunting task. However, there is a concept in Hindu thought that I'm interested in. It's the concept of Tantra, usually associated with sexual yoga, but for my purposes, I'm simply interested in the meaning of Tantra. It means shortcut way. It takes the notion that in a single lifetime, you can attain some kind of tremendous reconstruction of your internal horizon of transcendence, a way of saying enlightened without saying it, in a single lifetime. And I'm not enough convinced of any of these theories of reincarnation and so forth to be willing to just write off this lifetime if I make a botch of it. So I'm not only interested in ways that work, but ways which work quickly. And nothing can come close to this psychedelic thing. I mean, this is it. Imagine getting to a place with your spiritual quest where the problem is to hold it down. Well, everybody who takes psychedelics reaches that place. I mean, a way that I've gotten this into a formula for myself is to say, Once you come upon this psychedelic issue, you are no longer involved in the process of seeking any spiritual answer. You are now confronted with facing the answer. You wanted a tool for spiritual transcendence? Here is a spiritual tool transcendence, the likes of which you can barely wrap your mind around. If there are other ways to do this, I can't conceive of it. I mean, perhaps ordeals and things that are tremendously stressful. Anytime you make somebody think they're going to die and then they snatch life from the jaws of death, that's a shedding of crap. But it's no fun, right? And yet, in the privacy of your own home with 5 grams of mushrooms, you join Magellan and Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart. I mean, you're out there. That's the real frontier. There's no safety in that zone. It's authentic exploration of reality. Yeah.
Thank you.
You feel LSD brought experience that is not there without it?
Thank you, Lola. Well, what LSD brought to the psychedelic experience was millions upon millions of experiences. No other psychedelic has ever been produced in such volume. So surely even in today's world, 90% of the people who've had a psychedelic experience, it must have been LSD. As far as its superiority or
like a piece of the lesson that may not be there with it, something that you found with that?
Nobody's ever asked me this question. A unique contribution of LSD. I don't know. I'm not the greatest of enthusiasts for it. I thank God for it. I mean, it created me and my friends and my worldview. I can't really think of anything it does that something else doesn't do. The way I ended up using LSD was as a magnifying glass to inspect other psychedelics. 100 gamma of LSD and 60 milligrams of mescaline, or 100 gamma of LSD and smoking DMT. 100 gamma by itself is not much, but it seemed to work as a kind of source of energy to inflate these other states. The original so-called psychedelic experience that the people were working with at Harvard in the famous experiments there was this combo of mescaline and LSD that gave them the best results. And that is highly visionary. I mean, that is just a kaleidoscope of three-dimensional vision. Tim Leary said a wonderful thing about LSD. Actually, I asked him if he'd said it. He couldn't remember ever saying it, but it certainly described my experience with LSD. He said, LSD is a psychoactive drug which occasionally causes psychotic behavior in people who haven't taken it. And I witnessed psychotic behavior all around me in people who hadn't taken it. I never did that. Scratch my back and you'll discover a hard-bitten conservative. Yeah, somebody else. Yeah.
In terms of the ayahuasca, do you have any? You mentioned some of the places, the conditions you might want to take it under, but obtaining it and not, or any safeguards in terms of who you would obtain it from, and you mentioned that it really varies in terms of the dosage, in terms of who makes it.
Yeah, it's a real problem. You're going to have to deal with other people and their motives and motivations. The problem always with ayahuasca is to get it good. And you never know, till you're out there, whether it's going to be good or not. So all I can say to you is, hone all the social skills you need anyway to get ahead in life. And it will aid you in discerning shit from shinola in the realm of ayahuasca as well. Good ayahuasca. Yes, strong visions. You want it to be strong. if it isn't visionary, I would be skeptical of everything being said around it and about it, because that's what it must be. That's the quintessence. Yeah.
In the Amazonian society, the shamans are one, they're a minority within the culture, and there's, one in troops. How do you see that role in the context of, if there's a new society where it's widely available? How do you see that changing?
Well, the obvious institution which is in place to do something with this is psychotherapy in some form. But I don't know. Psychotherapy is so wrong-headed whether it can be reclaimed or not. I spend a lot of time talking to psychotherapists because, they're frontline workers in the realm of the mind. A professional class has to be created of people who do it and who then provide guidance to other people. And people should self-select for this, in the same way that some people want to be bartenders and some people Air Force generals. It's a calling. And in the traditional societies that Nicole and I were involved with in South America, there's always elder shamans who are able to pass this stuff down. Now our problem is we have to make it up. We have to create or amalgamate or bring together from many sources a coherent shamanism. I think we're doing this, but we're bootstrapping it. It's slow. It isn't easy. As far as the legality of all this, I think people should be free to do what they want with their minds. It seems to me it's already covered in the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness clause of the Bill of Rights. Pursuit of happiness. If that does, Hamilton wanted it to say right to own property. And they said, no, that'll make all kinds of problems. I said, well, how about the pursuit of happiness? Okay. Well, that legitimizes this intent. My position on this psychedelic thing, the reason I'm involved in it is because, politically speaking, it seems to me it lies on a direct line of development from the signing of the Magna Carta, the freeing of slaves, the emancipation of women, the emancipation of gays. In other words, this deciding that people can take any drug they damn well please is part of the task of creating a sane and rational society that places the values of the individual first. Once we get through this drug war crap that we're having to put up with, and all drugs are freely legal and very few people take them, and it's, all settled down, people will look back and say of us, as we say of people who kept slaves on their plantations, what a bunch of barbarians. Can you imagine in the 20th century a president of the United States stood up before his nation and advocated pissing in bottles by the citizenry in order to determine who was taking what drugs? It's no weirder than, they hung a pig for murder in Amsterdam in 1544. It'll be told like that. Anecdotes about the quaint medieval practices of the benighted past. Isn't that right, Nicole?
Yes. But there's one aspect of shamanism we haven't touched, and that is the ordeal preparation.
Why don't you mention a lot of that?
Well, I think it's one thing that deters a lot of people from becoming shamans.
I think you're right.
Because it's pretty routine that they must go through very severe ordeals of denial, the average one goes into the jungle alone in some quite remote area and lives for 6 months, a year, up to the longest one I've heard of was 19 months. They almost starve to death. They allow themselves an extremely limited diet, and they have no contact with friends at all. In most cases, some will have certain foods brought to them that they are allowed to eat. Yucca, which is the staple starchy food like potatoes. And others really just go out there and stay there, and that's it. And they eat what they can kill with their hands and what they can catch in the rivers. And they come back in very bad shape. They don't wait till they're incapacitated, but the ones who stay the longest come back in very emaciated, very weakened. But they have learned, and they feel much, in some senses, they seem to be much stronger than anyone else. And they speak of it, many of them have had the experience of, they stopped at the foot of a tree, a lupuna usually, and they are lifted up as time goes on. And then when they get to reach a certain level is when the plants begin to tell them how to come to them. The mother of the plant will come, that's the spirit of the plant, and give them instruction on their use. Have you found that true of most of the shamans you've known?
Yes, I think so. And you know, in Madagascar, they have ordeal poisons. They're not psychoactive, but they make you think you're going to die, but then you don't. But it's specifically so awful that it's used as an initiation.
Well, they do this. All the shamans I've known have gone through this.
The diet. It's
the
called.
Diet. Well, the diet, but it's also the solitude.
Mm-hmm. Have you talked to Eduardo Luna about this? Because he feels that the great secret of ayahuasca that remains to be discovered is what it's like if you keep these specialized diets and load your system with serotonin via plantains. There is
they live practically on plantains.
Yes, and there is a specialized diet, and often shamanic power is judged by how long a man claims to have kept this diet. Now, this is an area none of us have explored. Rare enough here is the person who.
Well, Eduardo went into it in a small way.
He did it for about 10 days or so, but they.
I saw. You see, I haven't had a chance to talk to him much. I saw him only very briefly when I was in Peru in January.
So here's a frontier for self-experiment. What is it
That's
like
certainly
to keep
accessible.
these high start? Well, the diet is plantains, which are these cookable bananas, and a very little bit of fish and yucca, and that's basically it. No greens, no sugar, no alcohol, an extremely minimal diet. I mean, almost as spare as a Tibetan
No fruit.
diet. No fruit.
No anything. Except those things.
And a lot of ayahuasca in isolation. I mean, daily dosing.
Yes.
And living in a little hut, being served by a child who's the only
If they are
person
served,
you
no,
see.
some of them don't even have that contact.
Uh-huh.
They speak, no, it's not just that. They speak of the spirit of the plant, which, because there's a very strong animist belief, which you can find pretty easy to share when you get in there. And they call it the mother of the plant. I don't know why, but la madre de la planta dice. The mother of the plant will tell you. This
the idea that a young man has to, in the mythology, has to go out and leave his mother in order to, and leave all the family to become strong and be a man.
Well, they do that in the initiation periods in a number of tribes in South America, I think. But it's a brief period.
Well, this experience of dissolution is experience of dissolution into the maternal matrix. I'm sure it's felt like that. It's a dying and a being reborn, and surely these early people and people on that level of culture today must have experienced it that way, as a death and a rebirth. Can boiled, isn't that a disappointing?
Occasionally roasted, sometimes roasted.
Sometimes roasted, never fried. They're really
they never fry anything anyway because they haven't any fat. Jungle. One reason that India, one of the reasons I think is, have you ever seen a really fat Indian? I haven't. First, they probably haven't got the genes for it. But also, their food is practically fat-free. because jungle animals are running. It's lean meat. The fish they have, there are very few fat fishes. And they have no source for fat. They don't use the palm fats, except when they eat certain palm fruits. And so they don't fry anything.
Yes, people have the wrong idea about the jungle in the sense that people think, well, it's so much vegetation, there must be a lot of food. But you see,
you can starve.
You can starve.
People have.
The evolution has been so tight for so long that no excess protein is being produced. And if it is produced, a bird, a monkey, an ant is gobbling it up long before you get near it.
And then you gobble up the bird, monkey, or ant.
That's right.
Especially those ants with the big behind.
Yes. Were you ever among Muinani? They stick straws down into the anthills, and all the ants latch on, and these Muinani children would pull these things out of the anthills and put the ants in bowls of water and smash it up with a...
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it was delicious.
I've seen them, but the worst thing I had was having to eat live termites.
Live termites.
Yes, they're a great delicacy because it's orange tree termites. And when they come out of the tree on their nuptial flight, they live only in orange trees. The kids catch them with a gourd full of water, and as they crawl out, they brush them into the water, and of course they're stuck there. And so it's a great treat to them. So when they offered me some, I naturally felt I had to accept. And I picked one up, and the wings came off, and that rather upset me because I'd have a good time. It's not pulling wings off flies. And I learned later they just come off then anyway, because pretty soon they're going to stop flying. And the kid said, well, the wings don't taste good anyway. Go ahead, eat it. So I did. But though the taste wasn't too bad, they were rather like weak orangeade. But it was the most... I can drink Masato in quantity, love it. Don't you?
I learned to like it. Masato is this foaming yucca beer that after you've walked miles through the jungle and you arrive at some place,
the first thing they'll feel,
they meet you with a foaming gourd of this stuff, and it's chewed by the elderly women in the village.
It's cooked yucca chewed.
And they spit it. The mouth enzymes, the sugars work on it, and then it's fermented. And if you really want to gain their confidence, you knock back a huge gourd of this stuff and then call for more.
Yes.
And you have them.
Actually, if you can eat yogurt, it tastes quite good. And you just have to hold to the thought. I used to repeat as some people repeat their beads in Catholics. The fermentation process destroys all pathogenic bacteria. The fermentation destroys all
See,
over and over and over.
I didn't know that. So my mantra was, it is good to challenge the immune system. It is good to challenge the immune system. Did you ever see, Nicole, the people around La Chorrera, the Witoto there, had this really unnerving habit. There are these large metallic wood borers, buprestid beetles, about this long, very brightly colored.
I don't know those beetles.
They make a very loud noise, and you would be talking to one of these Witoto, and one of these things would fly into the scene and slap against the tree trunk, and they would, without breaking stride, reach out, grab this thing, wrench the soft parts out of. Did you go to that village called Jarocamena?
No. No, I was there. I was tied down by this sick Indian who'd been bitten by a snake.
Oh, that's right.
And I couldn't, and then I was only there a few days because I had been waiting for weeks for a chance to get off that bloody Putumayo River. And when I found I couldn't get to the wild Witotos I wanted to get to from there, then I just wanted to get out.
I understand.
Because I was a little tired of flies. Well, actually, La Chorrera was not bad.
No, it's on
and the nuns were dark.
And...
You know, the Mother Superior had quite a... She was famous in Ecuador.
Tell
she
me.
had... Well, there's a tribe, I can't think of the name. There was a tribe, a quite powerful tribe, right on the highway to Ambato. They had a big village, and they wanted to put the highway through, and the Ecuadorian government had to treat with the Minister of Public Affairs and Construction of the tribe before he could put the highway through. And those Indians, the Ecuadorian government has been very decent to its Indians. And they were allowed to live there in their own way. They didn't let white people in very much. Very rarely let them in. And but they were very orderly. They did good weaving. They were sort of like the Odabaros, their characters. And they brought in their produce. They were good farmers. They were a good community, orderly and decent, and they were left alone. They did not welcome visits. Well, 3 nuns and a bishop the church decided to Christianize. So they went in. And at first they were treated with great reserve. They went in to stay 3 months only. Oh, so Salasakas tried to make the tribe. So the Salasakas they were not a murderous tribe, they were not a killer tribe, but they were very reserved and very strong, and they had been, when people came in, they would simply pick them up and throw them out. Well, they didn't do that with the bishop and the nuns, so nothing was heard from them. Okay? And then they came out and returned, because they said they were going to stay 3 months. In the meantime, the nuns had been taking care of the sick. They made a sort of hospital. They taught new ways of weaving and a lot of useful things. And so they went back to Quito and stayed there, the capital. And after a couple of weeks, a delegation of Salasakas came, and they called on the Minister of the Interior, who was the only one they'd ever heard about, and they like the Secretary of the Interior. And they said to him, "We want to buy the nuns. We will give you so much." And he said, well, he couldn't sell them the nuns. You couldn't buy a nun. But they thought he was trying to put up the price. So they kept offering more and more, and they were very prosperous people. And finally, they finally got it explained to them. Then they went to the president, who at that time was Gallo Plaza, who was very amiable, but very interested in Indians, and a very decent guy. And he finally explained to them that if they went to the papal nuncio, or whoever was the head of the Catholic outfit there, I guess an archbishop, they might be able to arrange. They couldn't buy them, but they would come. And so they did it. And she was the nun. The Mother Superior at La Chorrera was the one who led the nuns in first. She was in charge of the first 3.
I wonder if it was the same nun that was there when I was there, because she was very a presence for sure. I remember that.
A quiet, charming woman who had probably been quite beautiful in her youth.
Yes, if any of you are interested in the lower Putumayo, or the history of the rubber boom, or the real deep psychology of this area that we talk about, this book by Michael Taussig called Shamanism, Colonialism, and the Wild Man is absolutely,
I don't know that.
It's an eye-opener. I mean, this guy is not particularly one of us in the sense that he was a Marxist, a labor organizer. His tack was not spiritual.
What was he doing there?
He went to Colombia as a labor organizer and did that for years before he got interested in yahe, as they call ayahuasca in Colombia. And he went to the lower Putumayo, to the valley of the Sibundoy, and reports on the history of it in horrific terms, and La Chorrera figures in all of that.
It was dreadful.
And also talks about his own experiences with contemporary shamans, many of whom, I'm sure Nicole knew them, I certainly knew them. Did you know that guy Don Apollinaire, who lived near Florencia, that was Eduardo's friend?
Yeah, I met him.
And
but I met him, I think he was in Leticia briefly.
And Don Francisco, who was his friend. Anyway, legendary guys. The name of the book is Shamanism, Colonialism, and the Wild Man by Michael Tausig.
Colonial.
It's University of Chicago Press. And just eye-opening book, needs to be read, will not be read by many people, but quite a masterpiece, I thought. Taussig. Other questions or issues? Yeah.
Would you mind to speak for not being in a drug war?
I am sorry to say that most of them have been absorbed into the drug culture, into the drug bending. They are now living quite corrupted. In the first place, to them, coca has been something you grow, and when they grow it for the cocaineros. Well, why not? Because they've always grown it, and then after they get a lot of money, which is very bad for them, and they lose all sense of responsibility. They become drunks very easily. It's a strange thing. The American Indian, too, takes to alcohol. You see, in their native setting, in their original culture, one of the strange things about South American indigenous people was that there were no alcoholics and no drug addicts, at least in most of the tribe, most of South America. It's simply unknown, and most anthropologists will tell you this. And I was asked to attend a meeting of, was it the something or other, it was years ago, some psychiatric organization, they wanted to know, they called me and said, we want you to tell us how the Indians handled alcoholism and drug abuse. And I said, they don't handle it at all because I haven't got it. And then they said, you've got to come now, you've got to come. Well, the answer did not please them at all, because the answer is discipline. And that was not particularly fashionable with the psychiatric outfit. And you see, what happens is if a man with drug abuse, you have too much respect for the ayahuasca or whatever they're using. For the mother of the plant who get even with you, treat it disrespectfully. And anyway, it doesn't do any harm to use it. As for alcohol, they drink a certain amount of masata, which is alcoholic, mildly, every day, first thing in the morning. It's part of their food. They drink about the same amount that the average French family would drink of wine, and in much the same sense, much the same purpose. And so, if a man, nobody is exempt from a great deal of hard physical labor. The hunting is hard. The house building, everybody must participate in. Doesn't matter if you're the chief, the witch doctor, whatever. You do it. You work with the rest of them. And if a man's loaded, well, he's not going to show up for work. He's not, or if he does, he's going to be pretty sloppy at it. And also, you may be at war with the tribe next door. You can't afford to have drunks wandering around. And so, if on a very few rare occasions, someone has done too much drinking, habitually, the first thing they'll do is the older men of the tribe, because the political structure is very weak in the Peruvian tribes at least, will get together and they will call him on the carpet and say, you don't do this anymore. You're going to work, you're not doing your work properly, no more masato, stop it. And he will stop. Or if he doesn't, then the next step is everybody laughs at him and points. And that, what will people say, is terribly important when you have no possessions to make you proud. You have only what you are. And the respect of your fellow men is perhaps the most valuable thing you can have. So that hurts badly, but if he really doesn't straighten himself out, then there's another meeting and they say, get out. And he is forced to leave the tribe under pain of death. He has to go off and live alone in the jungle by himself, and he will certainly die. Something will eat him because one man alone cannot survive it. So they don't have alcohol. And that is one of the very few things that people don't seem to know yet. It is quite different now. Now that, in the first place, they didn't have spirits. They didn't have aguardiente, which is a native rum of very horrible, usually pretty awful stuff. Distilled cane juice. And now, especially with the availability of more money, you are finding real drunks amongst the tribes, because the tribes are growing the coca, they get very big pay for it, and they lose interest in the fact that they have become sort of outcasts to a lot of other tribes, and a lot of them turn into drunks too bad.
Or now?
Yes.
But talk about
Well, I don't think ayahuasca works quite like LSD. It's not so easily available.
Right, although there were amazing instant cures on ayahuasca. I mean, sometimes they had to do with psychiatric insight. I mean, I remember one night this woman came to the meeting. She was beautiful, and she had this voice. I mean, it was a supernatural voice. It was just hard to believe. Her name was Slinga, and she had a stomach problem. And we got out into the trip, and she was complaining about her stomach problem, and Don Fidel listened to all this, and finally he said, you're having an affair with a man, and your husband doesn't know, and this is the cause of your stomach problem. And she broke down into tears and said, yes, it was so, and so forth and so on. So he was able somehow to discern, where she was coming from. It isn't always like that, but sometimes it is.
You don't see. I mean, when alcohol.
Well, in the case of these experiments with alcoholics, they were already diagnosed severe alcoholics and had voluntarily entered this experimental treatment program. So they had, to that degree, already made the commitment to sobriety. They were in a treatment program. I don't think it would work for everyone, but I think, in the hands of a skilled psychotherapist, you can make amazing strides against habitual behavior of every sort.
Yes, and the ayahuasca thing is a totally different part of the culture, really. The drunks, well, I don't think they go in for it much.
No, and the surest sign you have a bad ayahuasquero on your hand is if you have a drunk on your hands.
Yes.
I mean, a drunk, you shouldn't even bother.
There doesn't seem to be any overlap.
Yeah. Of Hinduism. Well, I'm not really qualified to talk to that. I mean, Datura is used by sadhus to this day. In Benares, you will see in the gutter the broken open pods. And when years ago, I lived in Bodhanath before there was pavement to it in the Nepal Valley, and on full moon nights, the people would lock all the doors on the lower floors of the houses, and these sadhus would come into town naked with their Shiva tridents in the middle of the night and attempt to break into the stores and stuff, intoxicated on Datura. It's very difficult to keep control of that. It's a kind of, I don't consider it a psychedelic. The best description is deliriant. It's a kind of delirious frenzy where your awareness of what's going on seems to extend no more than about 5 seconds into the past. And you don't know where you are or how you got there, but you're going full tilt. No, I've had a lot of, my focus is fairly narrow. I've tried a lot of things, but many of them only a couple of times because they weren't doing what I wanted them to do.
Datura is dangerous.
Datura is dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Is it? I know the Shiva Natharaj very well. The Datura magics that seem to me to work the best are not when you go for a full-on crazed intoxication by eating the root or eating the seeds or something, but how about if you just take a flower and wad it up and squeeze one drop out of it onto the
Yes.
middle of your forehead before sleeping at night. Or put a flower. A friend of mine claimed that the way you take datura is you plant it by your bedroom window, and then you leave your bedroom window open at night.
I've also been told that if you put it under your pillow, you will sleep beautifully. It isn't true. I tried it.
Well, let's see. We're down here after 5 o'clock. Why don't we take one more question if there is one? And then, Alan, did you have something? You changed your mind? Anybody? Yeah. Of ayahuasca? Well, you take it so rarely that I don't think you build a tolerance. No. I mean, taking it once a week is taking it a lot. You know, I mean, it's
Even the shamans seldom take it more than maybe twice a week.
The one I knew who took it the most took it twice a week. I don't think you build tolerance. You see, maybe this is a good point to end on. Another really interesting thing about ayahuasca that distinguishes it from all other psychedelics is that the two things which it runs on, beta-carbolines as MAO inhibitors and DMT to fuel the visions, are both human metabolites on the natch. You have both in your brain all the time anyway. Granted, not in such radical concentrations, but nevertheless, they're there. So consequently, the brain is very well able to deactivate and turn ayahuasca in the brain into harmless byproducts. So it's a very mild thing in that sense. It's the only strong plant hallucinogen I know where you can actually say you feel better the day after you took it than if you hadn't taken it. Because, you know, most of these things, there's an energy debt and a depletion. But this is not true with ayahuasca. It actually carries you up to a higher energy level and leaves you there forever, as far as anybody can figure out. And this is quite amazing. And if you ratchet yourself slowly, you enter into, I think, this place that these dieters are probing. This place where, you know, self is perceived as world, world is perceived as self, all action is appropriate, everything just unfolds with this kind of magnetic intensity. So I like to think of ayahuasca as merely a shift in the natural chemistry of the brain rather than an actual encounter with an exogenous alkaloid. Okay, well, thank you very much. Your attention to these details is very gratifying. This is not easy stuff. We'll be back this evening, hopefully, with something a little lighter. Thank you. And thank you, Nicole. You're good.
I thank the indulgence of the audience.
The audience is intelligent. Morning, try to move this along and maybe get a kind of consensus. There's no closure, but maybe consensus. And then we'll talk together and answer questions. We're sort of over the hump here this morning. The general layout of the thing is now clear. The idea is that you should now begin to self-direct it so you get input on whatever issues are outstanding for you in all of this. I thought this morning I would just talk a little bit about my view of time and the planetary crisis, the historical crisis, and relate all this back to the ecological crisis. Someone in fact this morning asked me about what did I think about the large number of occult prophecies about the approach of some great phase transition in the life of humanity. Either we are about to experience the glory or be contacted by benevolent extraterrestrials, or the coming of the Buddha Maitreya is hailed as just around the corner. Well, rationalism just rejects all this stuff as the fantasy of a paranoid streak in the collective imagination. But it's interesting how many psychedelic travelers return with maps that suggest that there is some immense perturbation ahead of us in time. And since my whole shtick is about stressing the primacy of experience, the primacy of intuition, I think we have to at least take seriously as phenomenologists this testimony, this persistent intuition of an approaching transform. On one level, it doesn't appear irrational at all, because we can look around us in the world and see the acceleration of all kinds of tendencies. The rising density of population, the rising strain on the availability of minerals and petrochemical fuels and this sort of thing, the increasing density of electromagnetic radiation from human-generated sources, the increasing density of mutagens in the environment, the increasing availability of information of all sorts on all topics, the factor that I indicated yesterday as being behind the psychedelic revolution. Well, what are we to make of this process of intensification, coalescence, concrescence, knitting together that seems to characterize both the natural and the human world? It obviously cannot be propagated infinitely into the future before all these factors become asymptotic and can't be imaged anymore. I mean, at the rate at which we are releasing energy and accelerating availability of information, these things will become infinite sometime after the turn of the century. Well, what does that mean? And why does the intuition of it so haunt the fantasy of Western religion and the psychedelic experience? And to answer this question, I have sort of had to, I don't know whether I underwent a conversion away from rationalism or a reconversion back to scholasticism. But, keep your eyes open on this one, because I may be leading you down the primrose path. Nevertheless, it seems to me what we need is a 12-gauge shotgun. No, I'm kidding. My friend Ralph Abraham is a proponent of this school of mathematics called chaotic attractors or dynamics. And this is the notion that many processes are not pushed from behind by the momentum of casuistry, as in the ordinary Newtonian model of process, but that there are what he calls attractors, or basins of attraction. And these are things which lead processes forward. For instance, a somewhat trivial example would be if we had a large bowl and a marble, and every time we released the marble up near the rim of the bowl, we would notice that it unfailingly rolled to the bottom of the bowl and located itself somewhere near the center of the bottom of the bowl. We could say that the bottom of the bowl acts as a basin of attraction for the marble. In other words, the marble finds its most that its energy state is most at equilibrium when it locates itself in the trough of the bowl. So there is a way of analyzing processes to see them as though they were led rather than pushed. And I think it's fruitful to see human history this way. You see, what we deny as a culture of materialist, positivist reductionists, is the presence of spirit in the world, in ourselves, or in nature. And so Western science is very concerned to deny what is called telos. Telos is a Greek term for purpose. Purpose. The same idea as the attractor that I was trying. If you have a target, if you're driving a car toward a goal, the goal is your telos. It decides how you will steer the car. Well, it has been for the past 150 years extremely fashionable in sociology and biology because of Darwin to deny telos in nature, to say that, any apparent order in nature is made up of the disorder of random mutation meeting the disorder of natural selective processes, and these two streams of converging disorder create a kind of apparent or virtual order, which is an illusion. This is the orthodox theory. And when you take this Darwinism and put it into historical theory of human processes in time, you get the modern position in academic philosophy about history, which is that it is, and the official phrase is, trendlessly fluctuating. That's what we're asked to believe we are embedded in, a 10,000-year-old process of trendless fluctuation. In mathematics, this is called a random walk. It means you just go over here a few steps, and then you go this way, and then you go back. You're like a drunk, lurching around in this phase space. And this is the highest vision of human purpose that the reductionist vision can offer. Well, what the intuition of religion is, especially Western religion, and I wouldn't even bother to mention it, except that it also is the strong intuition of a lot of psychedelic experience, that there is some kind of attractor in the historical phase space. There is something which is drawing everything toward it. It's like a higher dimensional entity that casts an enormous shadow over the human landscape, so that, at sitting around campfires 50,000 years ago, people felt this vague tug toward organization, order, cognitive activity, epigenetic activity. Epigenetic activity means coding stuff not in your genes, but in dance, gesture, ritual, and ultimately in clay and on paper and in electronic storage methods. This proliferation of complexity is a response to and an anticipation of this transcendental object at the end of historical process. You see, if it weren't for our presence on this planet, even modern science at its present primitive state could give a fairly good accounting of what's going on, that out of complex polymers arose super complex polymers which were self-replicating, and that was life, and then you have an animal population. But the fly in the ointment of this rational model of reality is ourselves. We are clearly imbued with a higher dimension, which we call spirit, in a way that ordinary matter, when imbued with a higher dimension, is called life. In other words, we represent a different ontological level in the career of organization, because we hope, we despair, we plan, we remember, and we misremember. We lie, we fabricate, we delude ourselves and other people. All of these things are uniquely human functions. Well, I think that shamanism, which is the focus of our concern here, is a kind of anticipating of the whole pattern, and that this is really the way to think about shamanism when thinking of it as a force that can steady and complete an individual human life. The shamans are not in history in the same way that we are. By having access to this higher dimension that they go to in their trance states and their states of intoxication, they gain a fractal overview on process, on life. I mean, after all, isn't that what we mean by wisdom? Wisdom is understanding how things really work, how they really work. Love affairs, the raising of children, the managing of corporations, the prosecution of wars. How do these things really work? Not the deluded and fumbling attempts of the proponents of this or that school, but a Taoistic insight into the actual appropriate dynamics of everything. Well, how do you gain that kind of an insight? The answer is you must have a superior model. You must have a superior model. Now, if you believe, that the world is composed of 3 levels and they are held up on the back of a woman who sits on a giant tortoise who floats in space, this is a model of the universe. It can take you a certain distance. But what model of the universe can actually offer reassurance in all kinds of situations? Well, strangely enough, I think that these models come from the frontiers of mathematics, that it is not mere coincidence that the storms of visionary hallucination that the shaman encounters are very much like the storms of form and color that are spewed out of a Cray 3 supercomputer when it conducts 1,000 iterations per second inside the Julius set or the Mandelbrot set or one of these other compound complex mathematical objects that we are beginning to see. You see, mathematics, up to this point, has been a computational science because mathematicians used pencils and blackboards and chalk to describe their objects, and consequently an excruciatingly difficult vocabulary kept most people from appreciating what mathematics was about. Now, the computer is to modern mathematics like the telescope was to 16th century astronomy. The computer becomes a window into domains of hyper-complex computability that previously could barely even be conceived, but that now, at a rate of millions approaching billions of iterations per second, Ralph works on the MMPP machine, the multiple parallel processing machine at Goddard Space Flight Center. It does 800 megaflops per second. 800 million floating point decimal calculations per second. Well, you can dream dreams with a machine like that, and strangely enough, at the edge of the super technology of the dominator culture at Goddard Space Flight Center with guys, high priests standing around in white coats, when you get it up and running, what you see is what an ayahuasca shaman sees on a Saturday night in the Amazon. You see that you are navigating through a complex, higher dimensional phase space where, by varying the inputs of amplitude and frequency, in one case using an electronic box, in the other case using the human voice, you sing your way through a mathematical domain which is a higher resonance of reality. And you learn how the world really works, how things happen. Well, how the hell do they happen? Well, on the simplest level, they happen like this. They have a beginning, they have a middle, and then they die away as an oscillation, a damped oscillation. Now, this simple truth to which we all nod assent is, in fact, the hardest thing, the hardest swallow there is for the dominator ego and the dominator personality. Because what this simple truth says, things come into being, they achieve their inflorescence and they fade away, is, as Heraclitus put it, pantithreia, all flows. Nothing lasts. Nothing is saved. And this is, our glory and our agony. That, the people we love and the people we hate are swept away by time. Empires, dynasties, continents are swept away by time. And yet our search for security is cast in the dominator culture as a search for permanence, I want to buy a house. I'd like to get my trust fund functioning a little better. I'd like to pay off X, Y, and Z. A search for permanence. So what you do when you do that is you set yourself at war against the cosmos, which is a heroic stance if you're trying to produce Melvillian opera out of your life. Ahab says in Moby Dick, he's talking to his first mate Starbuck, who signifies Christian right reason, and he says he's raving about going after the whale, and he says, we'll chase it over both sides of earth and round perdition's flame. And Starbuck says, to seek revenge on a dumb brute seems blasphemy. And he says, blasphemy, Starbuck? Speak not to me of blasphemy. I would strike out the sun if it insulted me. For could it do that, then could I do the other, since there is ever a sort of fair play. Well, this is locker room talk. The notion that there is fair play between a man and a nearby star is the finest expression of the dominator ego I can imagine. And of course, the story of Moby Dick can be read on many levels, but finally it is the story of the submersion of the male ego in the oceans of the unconscious, born to its destruction and transformation by an encounter with the maternal matrix in the form of the vagina dentata of the sperm whale and everything that it symbolized. So I don't think we want to go that way. I don't think we want to set ourselves up as the crusaders for permanence. But that means softening to the fact of the flow and of the impermanence. Nicole has made the point very eloquently that these people in the Amazon have nothing. The wonderful thing about the Amazon is that nothing lasts. Nothing is worth having. I mean, a book, forget it. Clothing, houses, everything is just swept away by the incessant recycling of material. So all that is permanent are values, personality, strength, honesty, decency, dignity. These are things which can be erected against the flow and have some hope of permanence. So I think, shamanism is permission to transcend anxiety by accepting the transience of all form. And this is a truth of the universe that cannot be ignored. So once it is integrated, then it's as though resistance in the electrical circuits that surround your integration into the world begins to fall. You accept that the present moment is the richest apex of being, that on the downside back into the past, it shades off into memory and its vagaries. In the future, it shades off into a series of adumbrations and anticipations. I think that the shamans gain this tremendous authenticity that you feel in their presence, the good ones, because they have seen the end. They have a model of how process happens, and so they don't push and they don't clutch, and then energy flows through them. And our civilization has to learn this. I think We need to deconstruct. And yet every society did it wrong. We all did it wrong. Capitalism, it's wonderful that you can get a safety pin at 4 a.m. within a half mile of anywhere in the United States. And I'm sure the Russians wish they had it so good. But is that the be-all and the end-all of cultural values? That you can walk the fluorescent lit aisles of Kmart and congratulate yourself that whether it be gas can, sanitary napkin, or whatever, it's there waiting for you. I don't think so. I think that we have built in the termination of our world just as surely as the Marxist world built in a tripwire into its social mechanism. It's just that we're going to have to pay the piper more downstream in a while. What's happening globally is that the contradictions of all of these social systems are rising into evidence. I mean, we have lethal ideas. The world is haunted by a number of lethal ideas. The hot lethal idea at the moment is crack, and we're exhorted it's terrible. 11-year-old children are apparently the sole source of support for a $14 billion industry. Civilization is going over the edge. As a former member of the High Church of Rome, I feel it's incumbent upon me to point out to you that the policies of the papacy on population are shoving more people into early death, disease, and degradation than any drug scourge you could imagine. And I haven't heard any call for the extradition of the Pope. So, it's just a matter of cultural style and blindness, where you think the suffering is coming from and who you think is responsible for it. If we descend into the dominator metaphor and play its game, we're probably going to be snookered because they've had a long, long time to figure out all the angles. What I find myself more and more leaning to is sharing the meme of the irrelevance of conservative institutions. History is not a process for which you ask permission. History is just something you make, and then other people pick up the pieces. Henry David Thoreau understood this very well when he wrote his famous treatise on civil disobedience. The growth of culture is something that comes out of the animal body. Rousseau called it the general will. Man proposes and God disposes. But in the realm of civil polity, the people dispose, and government is allowed to propose. But that's all. And now what we are involved in, really, is a debate about human nature. Who are we? What are we? The French cartoonist Mobius put it very well in his book where he asked the question, is man good? This is what we're going to find out. And my feeling is that it isn't decided yet. That it is, H.G. Wells called history a race between education and disaster. Well, they're in the home stretch, neck and neck. It's clearly going to be a photo finish. But there is a responsibility on everyone who sees this to communicate it to other people and to act upon it. I think we forget, all of us, what a tiny percentage of the human race we represent, and how many people are just so lost in propaganda and unexamined cultural values. And, people are worrying about how to get the next $600 end table or, just trivia. And yet the world rolls inexorably toward a confrontation with transformation or ruin? How can the word be spread without just spreading panic? Well, I think it has to do with empowering this notion of a planetary process, a Gaian birth that we are midwife to, which is a functional role, but not a central role. The process is going to happen. Our job is to ease it, to reassure the mother, reassure the spectators, help the child, bring everything to a calm fruition. But we are ultimately witnesses to the process, not its cause. And in the ethics of the position of witness, we can find, I think, a place to stand that will allow us to feel responsible and exercise moral responsibility without feeling paralyzed by the magnitude of the task. Things are getting better and better in every way. I mean, it's a complex process because the world lives through death. I mean, you can see, if you're an embryologist, that when the little paddle of the fish human in the fetus begins to change into a hand, the way in which the fetus develops is through the sculpting hand of death. Death carves away tissue. Cells are shed into the amniotic fluid. They die. And out of this process of inward dying, the undifferentiated fish-like fetus turns into a miniature anticipation of a human being. There is something totally consuming about the way nature builds life out of death. The Amazon is a wonderful example of this, because the Amazon is the most living place you have ever seen. And at any given moment, all organic material is bound in living systems, 95% bound in living systems. You don't find forest floor detritus and rotting logs and stuff like that in the Amazon. If a leaf falls, within minutes or hours at most, it has been found by leafcutter ants or some other pathogen that begins to return it to the cycle of life. This kind of economy, this kind of stability through utilization of flow, is the design principle that we have ignored for several thousand years, and that offers a way out. Dynamic equilibrium, an abandonment of the possibility of closure. Closure is a neurotic and infantile demand to make upon reality, other people, language. You just have to live in this state of dynamic disequilibrium, which, if sustained long enough and in sufficient taste, becomes a life well lived. The shaman knows this because they plunge into this realm where everything is transient flow and interlocking field, where the materiality of the ordinary reality is overcome by the quantum mechanical, wave mechanical, maternal face behind appearances. And again, it must be Moby Dick morning. Ahab says, if you would strike through the mask. It is behind the mask. Reality is a mask, because reality enforces this idea of permanence, but not if carefully examined. Women know this, because women see birth, bury the dead, raise the children. They exist in this domain of flow. But the male dominant ego, because it is transient and has great anxiety about that, refuses this primary intuition. And when I say that the original partnership society was stabilized through boundary dissolution. That's what I mean. The dissolution of the assumption of permanence. Me, my existence, my women, my food, my children, my weapons, my land, my this, my that, all of that is seen as a fiction. That's why primitive people are so amused by us and our concerns and our clutching, because they know easy come, easy go. And if we could learn this one thing, this is what the plants are trying to teach, I think, that the border between life and death, between being and not being, between me being me and me being you, is so trivial and so arbitrary that it can only be seen as the outer iridescence on the real reality within. This is the secret of a happy life, I think. I mean, I certainly don't claim to achieve it. I am fraught with the Agenvite of Inuit and the torments of the 42-year-old Irish male, California, heavily mortgaged soul. But I saw it. I saw it. I saw what it was. And what it is it's a coming to terms with impermanence. And that gives you authenticity that nothing can take away, and courage and presence in the moment and humor and survivability. And if you hold instead to the inviolate pearl of that which cannot be destroyed, everything becomes your enemy. Time becomes your enemy. Space becomes your enemy. And you are doomed to that Ahab fate because, hey, it's bigger than any of us. You can't push the river. Well, that's just by way of summation, trying to say, what is at the pith essence of shamanism, aside from the colorful cultural forms, the dances, the feats of curing and legerdemain. Essentially, it all rides, I think, on this vision that all things are impermanent, nothing lasts, all the things are in the process of coming to be and passing away unto the last syllable of recorded time. Well, that was that. Nicole, do you want to try your own summation? Or this afternoon I see basically as an opportunity for people to get their final questions answered. So if you want to make any kind of statement this morning, that would be fine.
Well, I had planned, I rather wanted to, but it doesn't follow.
It doesn't matter.
To discuss some of the medicinal plants that are available in the jungle, that are disappearing as we cut and slash and burn, and that can do so much if only people will go after them and bring them in, test them, and discover how best to use them.
Well, I think you should do that. I think it's good to go from the general to the specific. Yeah, go for it.
Well, I've mentioned several of them, but I've had some peculiar experiences myself because, in the first place, it's very difficult when you have only anecdotal reports or information on plants. You don't know quite what to believe. People exaggerate, and people get a little bit imaginative because it makes themselves more important. And then, too, I'm peculiarly subject to that because I haven't gone after things that have been medically tested, scientifically investigated. I've gone after what isn't known because, well, the others there, let the technicians take over, but the other stuff, the stuff I've been after, is still in the minds and customs of people who are rapidly disappearing and who are losing that knowledge, and the knowledge that's kept them alive and remarkably healthy through we don't know how many millennia. So I thought that's what I want. Now, to find out how much of it is highly elaborated report is about one of the two hardest things are to check diagnosis, which you just about can't do, and to checked the truth of the reports of cures, because we know, of course, that everything from aspirin to cocaine came originally from plants. But how many of them are just analogs of what we have? How many of the things that I learn about are merely analogs of things we already have more conveniently available from pharmaceutical outfits? And how many do not do the things they are supposed to claim to do? And how many are real? And they're there for us and we need them badly. And can do things that we can't do without, well, surgery, like the burn remedies that even with a visual plastic surgery can't really be equaled in their efficiency. So the first thing I've done always is if it's in a tribe, that's easier because you can ask different people different questions that are really the same question but asked in different ways. About, did he have white stuff on? You got it. Of course you say it was infected. I haven't the remotest idea what you're talking about. But did it have a lot of white goo? I'm still on the subject of burns. A lot like the sap of the capinuri on it. Well, that's pretty apt to be pus, and it's pretty apt to be, and pus means infection. You go about it that way. It's a very long and tiresome process. And then you get it from one person, then you have to get it from another, and then another, and another. And some of them will say, well, it wasn't much, and some will say, so you do the best you can, and set it aside as something that must be investigated. Like, I've been particularly interested in burns because it seems to me such a horrible thing to be terribly disfigured. And I noticed that you almost never see anything like that in the jungle, and yet they have a lot of fire problems. I mean, in the first place, they clear their land by slash and burning, and somebody's kid quite frequently falling into something that's on fire, or the fire in many areas are made, a stove is mud held together by 4 logs, and the fire is built on that, and the fire turns, it's very clayey soil almost everywhere in the Amazon, and that turns to adobe and makes a good hard surface to build a fire on. Well, I was going up to Napo with Norman Farnsworth, who is our leading pharmacognosist, and a bunch of other scientists I was taking up to a Witoto outfit, friends of mine, because they wanted a jungle expedition. And we stopped to pick up a friend of mine who is one of the most knowledgeable people I know in the area of medicinal plants, and he's a Peruvian gentleman who married, well, he had a wife in Lima, but he sort of went jungle, had a charming wife in the jungle, and we got there when their 6-month-old baby had just the day before crawled into the fire, the stove on the earthen floor of the place they were living. And the child's arms, the ventral surface, from wrist to elbow, both arms, was completely without skin. It was raw red, neat, and quite a pinkish red. And the 2 doctors, the 2 MDs who were with us immediately said, oh, we'll take care of that. And he said, no, you don't. They said, well, we'll do something to stop the pain. Let's at least put some local anesthetics on it. He said, does the baby look as if it were in pain? And the baby was, at that moment, in the arms, had been picked up by one of the scientists, a pharmacologist, who had a bright red beard. And the baby was laughing himself, laughing and grabbing the beard with both hands. And they said, well, no, maybe it doesn't hurt him. And so my friend, Godoy, his name was, said, he would, yes, he'd come along with us. He'd just put a dressing on the baby first, and his wife would keep the dressings going while he was gone. And he got a good old piece of yucca. You know, that is the staple food. It is mania, it is cassava, it has all sorts of names, but it's a staple food, starch of the jungle. The entire Amazon region. You find it everywhere from Colombia through Paraguay down to Argentina, everywhere. And because it's a very suitable jungle crop, from the time it's planted, you have a harvest in 6 months. and it's ideal climate and soil for it. Well, he took a piece of that, he peeled it, and inside there is inside the brown peeling, it's a tuber, like a potato. There is a sort of slimy, the inner skin, you might call it. It's a bast thing. But, so he took that and put the inner part is gelatinous. He put that on the baby's arms and bandaged it with good, clean, white bandages. And we went on up the river. We were gone 8 days exactly. When we came back, we dropped Godoy off at his house. We went in to see him. And the baby had grown perfect skin. There was one area, I measured it, 1 by 2 centimeters, where the skin had not yet completely grown back. The rest of it was perfect. You could not see at all where the brain had been. It was new, it was clean, it was perfect. No change in texture or color, no borders, no puckering, no anything. Now that is the most available of all possible medicines. Of course, you've got to be careful not to get, I think it would be a bad idea to use the one that's full of cyanide. Strangely enough, some yucca has to be cooked to get rid of the cyanide in it, which is an integral part of it. And then that's the yucca brava, and it's the same species. I've never figured this out. I'm not a botanist. They sort of claim they can figure out why, but it's well known which ones have the poisonous principle and which ones are totally without it. And I would want to be very sure I used the one without, I think. So that is one of 2 plants that I know that does exactly that same thing. Of course, this was a very young baby, a 6-month-old, very healthy baby. But I assume, I haven't seen another case, the method doesn't seem to be known, even to the tribes, in any of the tribes I'm familiar with. Now that sort of thing could be investigated cheaply. Did you want to say something, Doctor? That could be investigated so cheaply, so easily. Why doesn't somebody? YUCA. It is the staple food of the cities and the jungle, everywhere except the mountains. It does not grow in cold climates.
I'm sure you could get it in the.
You can buy it in the Puerto Rican
LA,
stores.
In
yes.
Yeah.
You can buy it in all the stores. But you must get a very young tuber. I was told by my friend Godoy. It has to be quite a young one, but it's available anywhere. Just make sure you don't get the one. I don't think, Doctor. Yeah. No, I haven't found that because I've used several I did not believe on myself because there wasn't anything else. But you remember my knees?
Yeah, I do remember.
When the motorcycle hit me in Nikita, Terence and Dennis were there at the time. And I got out of it very well. And the thing, except that all the scabs healed up, but my knees never went back to normal size. They stayed swollen, and they got worse and worse. And of course they hurt, but you can ignore things. I have a high pain threshold, and kept going until the left knee began to fold up every now and then. I'd go lurching along like an old drunk, and that was embarrassing. So I went over to see some friends near Pucallpa, an American doctor with him. And he said this, I can't handle this. You've got some bad tendon damage in there. It needs surgery. And I'm not a surgeon. You have to go to Lima. Well, I was not trusting any Peruvian surgeons at that particular time. I know one who's very fine, but he's a neurosurgeon. And the state of medicine in that country is not the highest. And anyway, knees are very tricky. So I thought, well, why not try some of these kooky things that my Montaraces, my jungle men, the people who get plants for me, have suggested, because they kept saying, put Happy Nuri on it, Happy Nuri. So I did, and that's very sticky sap of tree. And the tree is Quercia nitida. It's a rubiaceae. And I put it on, and you're not supposed to get it wet. you're supposed to let it dry. Well, I don't know how you do that to your knees and still take a shower a couple of times a day, as you must do in that climate. And so I just put it on fresh each time, and pretty soon the pain stopped very quickly. I'd put it on, put a folded gauze over it with adhesive tape, and that was all. And they healed up perfectly, and they're still fine, and I have no problem, no pain, no swelling, no whatever. And it doesn't make sense, but I'm very glad it works. And then that to me is fairly good proof that it works. I was preparing to go to the States for surgery because I was quite certain there was no use in doing this, but try it. And so I've had several things that work like that. There is, for example, a thing that dissolves kidney stones. I haven't had kidney stones, but kidney stones and gallstones. They're not identical chemically. It works perfectly for both of them. And my doctor in Iquitos, when I was first there, I had a doctor who was born in Iquitos, was a very good doctor, and he'd been educated in Argentina, I believe it was. And I had a hot gallbladder. I went to him, and he, when he saw the x-rays, he said, "Oh, gee, it's a shame. It's a pity you haven't got gallstones. If you had gallstones, we could just get rid of them like that with this plant, chanca piedra, they call it, which means, incidentally, chanca is Quechua, that's the language of the Inca, for smash, shatter, and piedra, of course, is rock. And many times you'll find the names of things are quite indicative of their use, but the use has been forgotten. For example, amor seco. Seco means dry, and I doubt that there's anyone who doesn't know what amor means. And that's a contraceptive. But it's only widely known by tribes. About 5 tribes I know use it. I know that the Yucca and the Campa, the Yawa and the Campa, and the Shipibo, the Conibo, and the Piro all use it. So, well, anyway, I managed to get actually I healed the gallbladder with the first medicine plant I'd ever had, which is Boldo, which is investigated, I think it was about 1920 or 20, by Johns Hopkins, and was put on the market officially. But it doesn't come from the jungle, it comes from Chile. It grows only in Chile, oddly enough. Makes a perfectly delicious tea, and it's great for gallbladder infections. But it doesn't dissolve stones, and the other really does. Because my doctor told me that he had some, in the neighborhood of 100, I think it was 93 cases, that he had found it utterly successful in curing. And also, a man came to visit me from Germany. In Germany, they have a far more generous attitude toward medicinal plants. There is great interest that Germans are not known for being bad scientists. They're pretty good at their stuff, especially in pharmacology. But they allow the sale of medicinal plants and prescription of them very freely. And this man had a store for plant medicines, and he'd come to Peru to get another shipment of chanca piedra. He told me that he had had it for sale for 1 year, he used up all he had, and that he had asked people who came to and bought it to give him reports on progress and on the final result. And he had had 94% reports of perfect cures, and the other 6 were people who never came back to tell him. Now that is a plant that could be grown very easily in the United States. I understand that laser actually takes care of those things very well, but not at the present time. It's still very expensive. This stuff is a weed that grows everywhere very easily, you know it, and just grow it in any sunny, warm place. California would be perfect. Well, you can't buy it now, but these things, that's the point I'm making. These things must be brought in. They really need to be brought in. And incidentally, the capinuri does the same thing as insira, you know, the tooth one? Mm-hmm. Well, that I first learned about from a policeman, a jungle policeman, The police of Peru used to be excellent. Times have changed a bit, I'm afraid, but the jungle police was composed of men who had grown up in that environment, who knew their way around, knew what to do, knew how to track, knew all that. And what's more, they usually took an Indian with them to check their tracking, because nobody can do it like the Indians. And they were going after an escaped murder when he developed a frightful toothache. And he had a camper tracker with him. And the camper said, "Oh, that's all right, I'll fix it." And he went off and came back about 10 minutes later with a leaf on which he had a little bit of very sticky, gooey, yellow-white substance, sap of a tree. And he said, now, and in his hand he had a piece of kapok, which grows in the jungle. And he said, you take a little piece of kapok, cotton is what, because they have no cotton there, didn't have any cotton there. Cotton does grow wild in Peru, but not there. And he dipped it in. He said, now be very careful to put this in the cavity, and don't let it touch another tooth, because he said it will take the tooth out, and it will not, but if it hits a tooth next to it, a healthy one, it'll take that out too. And so he put it in, and he said the pain stopped immediately. He said it just felt very, very cold. And during the next 30 days, the tooth gradually broke up and came out in little bits. He had no infection, no bleeding, no pain, but the tooth was gone. I had thought originally that this meant the roots went too. They don't, because a dentist from Atlanta, Dr. Hodges, I've forgotten his first name, Ben Hodges, he was a really very good dentist there, came down and he was interested in this. And he did a trip up the rivers, examining people who had removed, because lots of the people, the mestizos and Indians know this, and lots of people had teeth out that way. And he examined many that had been done years before. There was never an infection. He couldn't figure out why, because the root's still there. But he found no trouble at all. Now that is a very handy way to get rid of a tooth. I'd much prefer it to a root canal. I tried it. It didn't work. But we had kept the stuff in the refrigerator for a week first. It apparently has to be used fresh. And I should imagine the only way to get it up for testing in the States would be by freezing, flash freezing. That ought, I should think, to bring it up without too much change. Those are two of the more generally popular things. But there are others. It is Chlorophora tinctoria, Chlorophora, Tinctoria, and it is, I think, a euphorbiaceae. Yeah, I'm fairly sure it is. But you can always find a family if you've got the genus. And then another of the things that urgently needs development now is the treatment for hepatitis. That's Dr. Walter Lewis and his wife, Dr. Memory Elvin Lewis, who is a very strong feminist and must be mentioned in all his work, have found that the roots, they have confirmed what is generally known in some populations there, that the roots of certain palm trees, there are two that we know about for sure, will they make an infusion of them, make a tea of it. Actually, they boil them a little while as a decoction, not an infusion, and drink the broth, and that will very nicely do away with hepatitis. And Dr. Lewis found it very efficient for hepatitis B as well as the more ordinary and easily treated types. Now that is the root of Euterpe edulis, which is a palm tree, and that is, they have found that the Aishwa Indians who were visited by Dr. Lewis were using and getting the same results with, because there's a lot of hepatitis. Another palm tree, it's an Iriartia, it's called Ponacascia, and he suspects that most of the palms in that area, at least, the the species that grow there, the genuses that grow there, genera that grow there, will do the same thing. That hasn't been tested. But he has found them, he's a very good phytochemist, he's found them chemically very similar. Now there's no reason why those things can't be broken down chemically and tested. But because things like palm roots, Chancapiedra, the one for gallstones, is very effective dried, and so are the palm roots. Those are sold in the market in Lima. They're very popular there because they've got to be quite well known. Then let's see, what other diseases? For eyes, I was going up Rio Tigre on my way far in, and a settler, standing on the bank, jumped up and down, kept waving and waving, and we pulled over to see what was the matter. And when we got close, I have never seen a more hideous pair of eyes. One of them was dripping pus and blood. The other was just swollen and had some pus in it. It wasn't running down his face. And they were in very bad shape. He had been clearing land, and he got some sawgrass whipped across his eyes, cutting the corneas, which got very badly infected. Jungle's a great place for infections. Well, I offered him immediate. I had brought both penicillin and tetracycline ointments, and also even old faithful yellow oxide of mercury in the last, if you couldn't get anything else. And he'd had all of those. He got them from a military base that was just up the river, and from a trader who came along who had the yellow oxide of mercury. At the military base, he got the antibiotics. Well, the antibiotics had rather helped the eye that looked not quite so bad. The other one, nothing had helped. And so I didn't know what to do. My boatman said, "But look, amigo, you're standing on the remedy." And he was standing on it's a grass, and it grows about so high. And he said, "You take this, and you pull it apart at the node, and then you run your fingernail down, and out will come one crystalline drop of sap, the juice of that grass. You put 2 drops of that in each eye every morning and every night, and we'll find you cured when we get back." And so the man thanked him, and he said he would do it, and I never heard of that. And so sure enough, when we came back 2 weeks later, it was exactly 2 weeks too, I know because I had to pay the boatman by the day, he was jumping up and down and waving, and he was the happiest guy you ever saw. He said, "My eye, look. Of one eye, look, I have seen more bloodshot eyes on people with a bad hangover." And the other one was still a little inflamed, the one that had been so very bad. But there was no pus, no blood. It was obvious the treatment was a success. And the infection was gone, and the healing was progressing rapidly. And well on its way. On the right eye was, no, actually it was the left, I was there, was perfect. Not quite perfect, but I mean, it was, except for being a bloodshot. And the other one, the sweaters and yucca and everything grew there, gave us a very unhappy chicken, which went all the way back to Iquitos with us. And, but a chicken's a valuable gift in there, because chickens are not native. So when we got going again, I said, "You told me you didn't know anything about plant medicines. How come?" He said, "Well, I didn't know it would cure that." But I thought it would, because it cured me of carnosidad, and if it'll cure carnosidad, it'll cure anything. And carnosidad is what they call pterygium, which is very common in tropical countries. It is actually, technically, I'm told, it's a benign tumor that begins at the tear duct and gradually spreads. Makes a layer about 1 millimeter thick, and until it covers the whole eye and you're blind. it is people who can afford it can have it removed by surgery, which is expensive and in Peru very frequently means the loss of an eye. But if you don't have radiation afterwards, it'll be back in a couple of years. You have to go through it all again. And so my boatman, his name is Natividad, told me that he had had pterygium, he had had carnosidad so badly that he was beginning not to be able to see. And he went to he was living in Brazil, and an old woman there told him to use this treatment. He said it took him 2 months. But look at him now. Well, look at him now. He didn't have a trace of anything wrong with his eyes. It had cleared it and cured it. Well, that, I think, just might, in many cases, do away with the need for corneal transplants, if it's the right kind of injury. What do you think, Doctor? Oh, I know 2 or 3. Well, I know 2 or 3. The Indians use them, and there is a cypress, which is a sedge, but it's a scleria. But those things take a long time. For pterygium, the treatment must be given every day. It doesn't hurt. In fact, the man on the shore told me that it had felt very cooling when he put it in, very soothing. And that takes 2 months for pterygium, 6 weeks to 2 months, everyday treatment. But in the case of infection, it seems to work very much more rapidly. Yes. Please interrupt me any time to ask a question. I like it. Yes. Yes. Well, there are a number of them. You see, although these people have been using oral contraceptives since time immemorial, nobody knows how many centuries. We got them into circulation in 1960. And, but before, earlier, 1920, when Carson wrote an article about it, they called him crazy or a liar or something, because they said nothing taken by mouth can cause a woman to become sterile. Well, time has moved on, and the Indians were right. So there are a number of these cases. I think I told you the other day about the Campo missionary. The missionary with the campus. This was before there were oral contraceptives on the market or any publicity about them, that I'd heard of it at least. And that's a bauhinia. If I remember correctly, it has to be taken. It's best taken immediately after giving birth. That's what I met a woman whose husband was running a very large cattle ranch in the jungle, a very large fundo where they made cattle. They made cattle. They had cattle. They raised pigs, and they raised sugar cane, and they had a distillery for making aguardiente. It was a big outfit with a lot of money behind it, and she and her husband ran it. Well, she told me that when she was very, very young, she got married. I think she was 14, which is not unusual, and she went to live with her husband on his property in Campa country. Campa's a great tribe. They're great warriors, great trackers, very lively people, and smart. And she had a child very shortly after marriage, I think 9 months and 2 days or something. And she had a very difficult birth. Of course, she'd never been in jungle before, for one thing. She was reacting rather badly to the climate. And the Indian midwife who attended her said, "You can't have another child for 3 years because you'll die if you do." Doctors, of course. And she said, "But I can't leave my husband. I don't want to leave my husband." She said, "Why should you leave your husband? We'll give you some medicine." So they did. And the medicine, that particular medicine, is one that, to my mind, is a magnificent example of freedom for freeing women. It stops menstruation for 3 years without any evil effects at all. And at the end of those 3 years, you just don't menstruate. it brings about an artificial menopause, but no menopause symptoms. And so then, at the end of the 3 years, she got pregnant almost immediately, and then she had, in rapid succession, I think it was in 10 years, she had 11 children. So now, with a total of around a dozen, she decided that was enough. And she took the same herb again. And she had been taking it every 3 years since, and that she was, at the time I met her, 49. She said she didn't think she was going to have to take it again, because she thought she would probably have menopause. And, but she took it every 3 years. The children, every one of the 12, was alive and healthy, and they were grown up by now, and they had their own families, and her daughters and daughter-in-laws controlled their fertility in the same way. Had children when they wanted them. The plant is a desmodium. Now there are 4 species I know of. There's Desmodium canum is the one I know best. Desmodium is, I can't remember. Canum is the one, Ascendens and Axillare. And then there's one other. Well, I don't know which of the species, I'm not certain which of the species it is, but because I've since learned that the Campa, beside the Campa, the Jaguars, Shipibos, Conebos, and Cocama all say this is good stuff, and they use it. Yes, there is, but that's one of the sedges I had, that we have finally decided the active principle is the active principle is a fungus that grows in the plant, and it's practically impossible to determine unless you are a member of the tribe and have grown that. They've handed it down from generation to generation, a plot of abortifacients, a plot of those which are supposed to enhance fertility, a plot which eases childhood, and believe me, that one's great. Because I had a friend who was a school teacher. I met her in a little village I stopped at, and she was teaching a Shipibo village, and she was my first link with the Shipibo tribe. They're the ones who make those beautiful textiles you showed last night. And I went to stay with her at the tribe and got to be great chums with all the Indians. I recorded their singing, which is beautiful. And one of the songs I love best, the women's songs are very plaintive and haunting. Very high, pure voices, beautifully flexible, and very true, and very soft. And this one song was particularly moving. It's the kind of thing you kept going through your head. And I find it's very hard to get them interpreted because they're sung in an archaic language. And I finally found somebody who would interpret it. And what they were saying was, let's us gals have a few drinks. Then that's smarter than it sounds. Because at fiestas, I learned, when they sing that song, Pappy can't have a drink. The men have to stop drinking when the women drink. They never drink very much. They're too conscious of their children and taking care of them, and usually they're nursing one or two. And but when things are getting a little rough, very often they will sing this song and they'll have a bit of masato, and the men just have to sit there. Well, she had gone. I went back to visit 2 years later because I had become great chums with them, especially after they discovered braziers. I had done my washing and hung it on the line, and a boat came along. I didn't have my own boat then, and one came along, a peki that would take, it was a collective, it takes people aboard. They sort of worked like buses on the river, and I had to hurry to catch it. And I had just got in when some of these beautiful little women came running, yelling, and they were running down, holding up a brazier that I'd left behind. And then they also held up some of they'd copied it. They had made them all, and the whole community, now all the Shipibas look a lot better. They do, especially after they get to be about 30. And so I had, yes, question, Pat? There don't seem to be any. According to my informers, there are none, zero. I haven't heard of any side effects. I tried very hard to find some. I'm told there are none. What? Well, yes, she told me that her sister had been having a bad menopause, and she gave her this same thing, and it took her through menopause. I know one that's very good for menopause. It's not a contraceptive, but there is one for any dysmenorrhea. I gave it to the maid, a little girl who had very severe cramps and hemorrhaging. I fixed her up in a day or so, and then the people I was staying with, Lilith was going through menopause and having a bad time with the hot flashes and all that, and hemorrhaging. And I gave her, suggested she try it. I'd planted it in her garden a couple of years before when I was there, and because it has pretty flowers. And she took it. It's an iris. They call it Yawar Piri Piri. Yawar means blood, and Piri Piri means piri piri. But this is not a sedge. It's an iris. It's an iridaceae. And it is, what is it? I can't think of the genus just at the moment. I'll think of it in about 5 minutes. Drop the penny and I get the answer. Yes, you take the bulb and you can just grind it up in water raw, but more often you boil it a little while. And that does the trick. It seems to regulate menstruation, whether it's menopause or not. A couple of times, maybe for 2 days. It doesn't seem to be toxic in any way. There haven't been any tests done on it, but I've never heard of anyone's having any bad effects.
I think that the Chanca Piedra, is it?
Oh, yes, that.
I think we have that.
Yeah, I think you can get that.
And what did you put on your knee?
Kapinuri.
Kapinuri. We have
Claricia
that.
nitida.
And I would have to have the full printout in front of me. But these are precisely the same plants that we're involved in. The piri piris, Nicole has mentioned that there are contraceptive ones, abortifacients,
you can't tell which is which.
There's also a hallucinogen.
Oh, yes. Chicoro.
Chicoro piri piri. And I've made great effort to get that one, but not wanting to induce an abortion. Now that I have it, I'm not sure what to do with it.
It's a different, I think it's I don't think it's corymbosis.
Well, I don't know. They look...
I'll check it. I have it in my files.
I have 3 species of piri piri, and they basically, the only way in which they're different is they're little, middle-sized, and big before they stop growing. But otherwise, I can't tell them apart, and they're chemically very complex.
I know.
Yeah. No, but the kinds of plants
I gave
Nicole
up
is
on
talking
those
about,
because of this. Because of the fact that is apparently not there's no change, no difference in the genus or the species, and it's not a variety. It's some external influence, such as a fungus.
Well, so conceivably,
because they are different chemically.
Someone could do a project where you grew out an uninfected strain and then attempted to infect it with these various strains.
You'd have to get the originals from the Shipibos, though. You see, throughout history, you will go to any village, and you will see little round plots, only about that big round usually in a village, of piri piri. And there'll be for any one of the 22 uses that I know of, and probably some more. Running from broken bones, and I told you about the ones you wash your husband's pants with, so he'll be impotent with another woman. And the ones for hunting, they'll make you a good hunter. You rub them on your blowgun, you'll never miss your shot. That sort of thing. Which I don't really think we have much need for in our civilization. That's Paspalum conjugatum. Paspalum conjugatum. It's a Gramineia.
This family, the
Wonderful.
Gramineia, have many indoles and growth hormones, and it seems to be a family loaded with stuff.
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
There is another grass that the Shipibos say has saved more lives. You see, the Shipibos have some rather interesting customs. If a woman is caught with a man who is not her husband in a compromising situation, why, everybody drops everything and there's a big fiesta. And the woman is not punished, but the man has to be severely punished because it's his fault. I am in favor of this civilization. And he is at the fiesta. Everybody gets very drunk, and then the husband has a special knife for this. Every Shipibo man wears one on a string. It's called a rushat, and it's a knife with a little handle that is a peculiar shape, and a curved blade is cut out of an old machete, and it's only about the blade's only about so long and about as wide as my finger. And the culprit, the seducer, gets a cut across the back of his neck, and he bleeds profusely. It's a deep cut, and of course some of them are proudly scarred from the back to the waist. and they say he would bleed to death, but for this grass, and I don't remember the scientific name. They call it Caña Negra. I have it in my notes. I only got it identified by Sydney. I had been trying for 12 years to get that one identified. Nobody knew it. It looks like sugar cane, and it's purple, but it isn't quite sugar cane. And it's not sweet. And it would stop bleeding. It's a hemostatic, applied locally. And it's wonderful stuff. And he says that all the men in the tribe would practically have bled to death if it hadn't been for that grass, because they always have it growing nearby. And as I was saying, the woman never gets punished. Well, she does. It does only if the other wife decides to take a hand in it. The betrayed wife, and then they have a hair pulling contest. I was lucky enough to see one. Unfortunately, I didn't have my camera out at the time. And it was back in the boat. And these two women, the women cut their hair straight across here, down here, and then long in the back, is straight and thick and very shiny and beautifully kept. And these two women had each other by the hair, and their heads were down. They looked like fighting elk. And their heads were down, and they weren't going this way. They just were pulling steadily, and they're walking around in a circle. It seemed to be a sort of ritual. And everybody was standing around. And they were all laughing. And the women were furious. And finally they broke it up. But for about 5 minutes while I was there, they didn't pull it out. I don't quite understand it, but it was very interesting to see and extremely funny. It's the whole plant. It's a weed that grows about so high. That you use root, leaf, stems, and fruit and flowers. It has these little burrs that stick to you. They say why it's called amor seco. It loves to stick to dry things. But there is the contraceptive, and I think that's a rather nice name for one.
There's a desmodium in India that contains DMT, Desmodium putellum.
It's a very big
roots.
genus.
Yeah, it's a big genus. The hitchhiker plant in Hawaii is a weedy desmodium.
You may have it there, maybe one of them.
I know, when I think how much time I've spent trying to eradicate it, there's a certain irony.
Well, have dentists go to work on it.
Yes, right. Nicole, what do you think about the future of the Amazon?
Well, I think that if we can only get the word around, there's money to be made by doing other things than cutting it down and burning it. then some of it may be saved.
So extractive foresting is the thing to make people aware of.
I think it's essential because as it is you know the statistics as well as I do, if not better, and that one species is disappearing a day. Not necessarily a plant species, but a species of something. And these medicinals are disappearing. Did you? About he wiggles a hand, I think they mean me. Yes? You can't get a patent on a plant. There's not an, well, also, some of them are too efficient. For example, the ones for arthritis that rarely cured. Who wants arthritis cured? Certainly not the pharmaceutical houses. It's not a herb, it's the bark of a tree. It's a Unanopsis. I've forgotten the species. There aren't very many. It's not a big genus. But I have it. It's Rubiaceae. And that's the one that is also effective, very effective for controlling diabetes. To everybody's surprise, it's not touted for that. And so now I know half a dozen people who are using it for diabetes. So I have an idea that this is like the uña de gato and tabebuya, which is the pau d'arco. They are things that, they work entirely by stimulating and restoring the immune system, the autoimmune system. I found them a tremendous help when I get any infection. There are a number of infections that are not easily treated with antibiotics. And I found that taking that and the antibiotic, neat. And they're now trying to get somebody to try it for AIDS, because that is the obvious. I think it's the obvious remedy. Huh? Well, any of those.
Tabebuya.
Pau d'arco is a tabebuya. Right. And that is also, in Achilles, it's known only as a cure for diabetes. And the owner of the Johnson motor franchise for all of Peru, the outboard motors, was so helped by it that he keeps it in his desk in all stores, or in the manager's desk, to be given to anybody because he feels he's so indebted to it for what it's done for him.
You know, a lot of the pau d'arco coming out of the Amazon is now thought to be phony.
I wouldn't be at all surprised.
Since nobody up here knows what it looks like, and you're getting fancy prices for this powdered bark, they can powder up anything. So immediately, once something is discovered that's effective, then fraud becomes a possibility.
Well, look at the Sangre de Grado. Even I was fooled by one. It foamed like the proper one. They put detergent in it. They get the sap of lots of trees have sap the color of blood, of sort of old blood, dark red. And so they put a little detergent in it, because if you do this with the Sangre de Grado, the marvelous healing and hemostatic agent, because it does definitely speed regeneration of healthy tissue. And then it will foam if you do that. Okay, take any old tree sap and put a little bit of any kind of detergent in it, and bingo, you got it.
There's no substitute for growing your own, because then you know what you have.
Your trees are about ready to be milked, aren't they?
Yes, we have Sangre de Grado trees in Hawaii, and we're propagating it furiously. It's a wonderful, fast-growing tree.
I know, it's a
Croton
pretty tree,
lechleri. Yes, when we can. I mean, our collections are small, but every plant that we have, we're trying to get cuttings off of. It's tricky for a 501c3 to make a lot of profit out of its business ventures. Some of you may know Daniel and Ellen's business. Their catalogs have been around. We are wholesalers to them, as are many other companies. And we want to spread this stuff out, get it
to other botanical gardens in the Hawaiian Islands and other places, because what if the volcano were to blow up and wipe out our scene? Then all this would be shot. So it is important to spread the stuff around. Most of the plants that we have not been studied at all the way they should. I mean, we have plants for impotence, baldness, kidney stones, diabetes.
What's the one for baldness?
I don't know what the Indians call it. The scientific name is scoparia. It's a scoparia.
It's a scoparia. I have some scoparias I don't remember what for.
I think it's Scoparia dulcis.
Scoparia dulcis, yes, that is also, I have it. It's not for, I haven't got it for heavy. As a matter of fact, I've wondered about that. We Toches maintain that
Vixalana?
Not Vixalana, but that's a chote.
Yes.
That's Wito. You know, the black stuff that paints your skin, they used to paint their skins black.
Yeah,
will grow hair. But I have never seen a bald Indian. Bald Indians and fat Indians seem not to be genetically possible. So I'm a little dubious about the things that are supposed to keep you slim and elegant or fine and hairy. In fact, I'm very dubious about most things, and it takes forever to establish a thing well enough for me to put it in my notes, and a frightful lot of work.
Yes, some of these things you try, and you sort of realize that it lies in a domain of language and expectation, and that something you define as unpleasant, they might define as pleasant and worthwhile. For instance, they have a plant that after you've carried your backpack along the trail all day long, they say that your muscles are stiffening up. So they have this plant that's like a nettle.
Yeah, but they are nettles. They're just ordinary nettles.
Yes, they pat
and
all
they use
over.
Them.
And they urge you to do this.
All the Indians swear by it.
Why should you do this? What a terrible idea. You know?
I think so too, and they all use it. I've had my bearers at the end of the day always just beat themselves with nettles. And they say it feels great.
And there are also, you probably encountered this, Nicole, there is this concept of a culture-specific disease. And there are a lot of these in the Amazon, and a lot are cured by ayahuasqueros. I can't remember the term. You probably know it, Nicole, but when your luck goes off.
Oh, I was ivory. I thought it meant I smelled bad, but it didn't. It meant I'd been having a lot of bad luck. Everything went wrong. Mal-aire.
Mal-aire, and that's a disease. You have a problem.
Oh, susto. Susto is interesting too. Susto is fear. You get sick from if you're badly startled. And babies especially are susceptible to this. Give a baby a bad scare and you'll get sick. Well, maybe. Do they do that in our civilization?
Not really. You don't.
Huh?
Get a chill. Some people.
Mm-hmm.
And but they recognize a lot of psychological states as being the cause of illness, depression, or you don't see much of that. In fact, remarkably few neuroses are notable.
Well, this is, I think, is the legacy of shamanism.
I do too.
That where shamanism is a healthy institution, neurosis is virtually unknown.
You do see an occasional psychosis.
But that could be a genetic predisposition.
It can also be through injury.
True. Yes, serious psychosis seems to arise from a different set of causes, but neurotic activity is, and people suppress.
It's very rare.
It is rare.
Well, so is psychosis. But the Chulichaka is supposed to make you nuts.
Is that the guy with the beard?
No, he's the one with his feet on backwards.
Oh, yeah. They have all these demons that they fear.
Augustine says he knew a Chulichaki. Saw him quite often. I gathered other friends. I wouldn't put it past Augustino. He's a sculptor, magnificent. He's come to live in the States. His work's superb. It's frightfully interesting.
Augustino Rivas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there are people here who know him. He has quite a reputation.
Pat? About what? Well, yes, they're getting colds in the head, too.
Ayahuasca. That's what it is. The reason psychosis and all this is increasing is simply that stress is increasing worldwide.
And that's why just as they have got measles now and whooping cough, which are incidentally fatal there, because they don't have the immunities that we have developed, and they kill an awful lot of children unless they're vaccinated. The missionaries now, most missions, no matter what kind, vaccinate all the children they can get too, because they want to save them. I don't know any. Oh, that sort of it, because that's not what they're for. That's not what pharmaceutical companies are for. They're out to make money. They're not out for...
Well, you see, it would be possible, you would think, for like a feminist collective to create a non-profit pharmaceutical company, concentrate on these drugs that relate to women and reproduction. This is the kind of political action that hasn't been tried yet. Everything is done old style, but I think there would be tremendous opportunities for...
And I think great support.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No, botanical dimensions, which is far from that, is the closest thing. But you need, somebody who's really intensely committed to getting these contraceptives out. And as a political thing, with no motivation or very little motivation to turn a profit, then you could probably get somewhere. This abortion pill that's being developed in France, which is the pharmaceutical equivalent of one of these abortifacients, is obviously going to change the whole reproductive freedom argument. Much of the position of the right to life people just becomes irrelevant. All it means is that we're going to have one more illegal drug to worry about in this society, but one addressed not to psychoactivity, but bioactivity.
Well, Terence, the main problem is over here.
No, the development, testing, and satisfying of the government.
Who needs that?
Who is going to grow? Some of these things are very difficult.
And you have to be careful if you're going to interfere with the reproductive system. I mean, this is delicate stuff here. You want to know that you're not going to have a negative fallout 20 or 30 years in the future. But getting the plants is not a problem. A $50,000 investment would get all of these plants back to Southern California in a greenhouse, cataloged.
Wouldn't keep the greenhouse long, though.
No, it would take $5 million to go from there to a product on the market freely available to women. It's the development, testing, and certification that is just fiendishly difficult, because these chemical companies, it's a big boys game.
Well, you know that most of the FDA people who are in big jobs, with the FDA important jobs, go on to very highly paid jobs with pharmaceutical houses.
But what I'm looking at is sort of a small industry where people are encouraged to plant their own crops.
Well, I would be afraid of that. Yes. Because how do you know they get the right stuff? You'd have to be very sure of that. Because some close relations are apt to be toxic.
We had an idea that is still alive. It was not clear it was for Botanical Dimensions to do, but someone could do it, of what we called the Botanical First Aid Kit. What you would do is you would survey the entire world's known catalog of medicinal plants, and out of that you would select a plant for migraine, a plant to cause abortion, a contraceptive, a hallucinogen, an antidiuretic, an antidysenteric, say 12 plants. And then you would grow these in a huge greenhouse and build little care packages of living plants that could be then sent to third world people, and they would just grow these things in their dooryard. Most third world people have local, but if the ayahuasca is prophylactic for malaria,
you distribute it in the kit throughout the
But
warm
isn't it
tropics.
supposed to be rather good for parasites too?
Oh, it's proven for parasites. The malarial thing is more speculative.
Well, that's a parasite.
But you see, you're giving people a self-renewing pharmacy in their own backyard.
Right, but even right here in the United States, there are people who've given a few seeds or cuttings of
People, and you've got to get people getting pushy.
Hear, hear. Get pushy. We've been polite too long. I mean, the gentlemanliness of this debate about saving the world.
Is it gentlemanliness or timidity combined with laziness?
Timidity, gutlessness, cupidity, ignorance, momentum, all those good values. Well, why don't we break for lunch and come back to this at 1:30? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a wrap-up session. I'm going to have to leave at its termination. I want to express my special deep thanks to Nicole, who has performed gallantly and above and beyond the call of duty. Well, I'm a war horse at this, my dear. I feel like I led a virgin into a dance hall, but you dance very well.
Thank you.
I would like my fantasy is to see Nicole become the Mother Teresa of rainforest salvation. We'll keep her card playing and heavy drinking off the front pages and to sell her as Mother Teresa in green. But this is serious business that we're engaged in. And it is, on one level, among ourselves, it is communication and sharing and opening and building consensus. But when we turn away from our family and out toward the uncomprehending or even hostile world outside, then it becomes propaganda. It becomes a struggle for the hearts and minds of people everywhere. And I think most people are with us. It's simply that they haven't had it explained to them in such a way that they were able to realize that. In other words, we're not out to convert anybody to anything. We're out to help people discover that they agreed with this point of view all along. It has to be so because, after all, we stand for something fairly simple and unambiguous. Life, survival, continuity, caring, relationship, feeling, joy. Who's going to vote against this if it's properly explained to them? So I view these things as consciousness-raising sessions in the old style and hope that you will see it as more than even privately inspiring entertainment, but that you will go out and get these points of view to people, get these attitudes out, not unto the greater glory of Terence McKenna or Nicole Maxwell or the Ojai Foundation, but because this needs to be said. It needs to be empowered. The first step towards solving any problem is an awareness that the problem exists. Now, we're all very tired of that because we've been suffering and agonizing over the problem of a dying Earth, some of us for years. Nevertheless, the astonishing news is some folks haven't heard or have only heard recently. And it's very important not to panic them or alarm them, but to inspire them and motivate them and bring them into the project of reclaiming the earth. I mean, this is our legacy. This is our birthright. It is the legacy and birthright of our unborn children. And, you know, there isn't even, maybe there is, but I don't know it. Rich as Greek is, there isn't a word for being so perverse that you devour your own children. The Manaids, the women possessed of Dionysic frenzy, what was always put against them was that they devoured their own children. This is a propaganda image that to be smeared with this is to be tainted very deeply. Well, it is literally true that we are guilty of a crime which the ancients could barely conceive. We are looting the planet for our pleasure. Our condominiums, speedboats, and electronic gadgetry is literally part of the legacy of our children. What kind of people comprise the larger society in which we are embedded that they would do a thing like that? It's a crime beyond war. War, you simply slaughter all the fools who volunteer for it and all the fools who stand around and watch. But to destroy the potential of a future for our children is a crime that boggles the mind. And this is the final stage of the dominator metaphor. When I picked up the New York Times a year ago and read that the United States State Department was advocating the spraying of aerial herbicides over the Waijaga Basin to eradicate coca, to me it felt like a turning point, comparable to the assassination of John Kennedy or Pearl Harbor. It was so clearly perverse, so clearly directed against itself. The contradictions become so odious that at a certain point, people of moral dignity feel they have no option left except to somehow throw themselves on the cogs of the machinery to try and halt it from carrying out the program of Moloch, the program of self-devourment that we have set in motion. Now, if ever there was a moment to talk to your neighbors, clarify your own thinking, support organizations that are trying to make a difference, now is the time. And we can make a difference. And I know you have heard that, and it's a cliche, and there's a tendency not to believe it. I'd been here, Botanical Dimensions was fairly narrowly focused until a couple of years ago on saving shamanic hallucinogens. Then, really through Kat's process, the need was felt to encompass this whole problem of destruction of the warm tropics. So I began writing letters to the UN and the IMF and the World Bank and all of these people, expecting to find a vast, well-funded edifice of typing pools and computer networks and people doing something. I discovered that very little is going on. We have advanced a long, long way down this path on yak alone. There is not somewhere vast organizations toiling to contact every Brazilian politician and put the twist on him, toiling to contact every American corporation that is contributing to this atrocity and threatening them with stock sell-offs, boycotts, and whatever. All the obvious things that you may think are being done, you may then dismiss by saying, well, I'm sure I shouldn't do that. Surely somewhere a staff of 50 is working on that problem. Well, when you look into it, you discover it is not happening. If any one of you has moderate or great wealth and have decided not to pitch in with saving the rainforest because you think a lot of people are working in that field already, forget it. The number of people waving their arms about it is legion. The number of people who are actually attempting to halt it is countable on the fingers of two hands. So, and every issue I think, is like this. The gas weapons, the fight against formula over breastfeeding, all of these organizations piddle along on peanuts, absolute peanuts. If someone were to give me or the Ojai Foundation $1 million and say, do your good work, word would get out of the phenomenal generosity of this person. Imagine $1 million. Did you know that the standard issue Air Force fighter plane costs $120 million? One. And they line these things up on the runways of various airfields 120 deep. We are completely paralyzed or unable to perceive the disparity in the way the money is spent. If someone were to give, or had even the power to give, because private wealth is not like governmental wealth. If you're a private person and you control a fortune of $500 million, you are among the 1,000 richest people in the world. If you're a government with a budget of $500 million, you have your hand in everybody's pocket around the world because you're a beggar. If someone were to give to the New Age the price of one fighter plane, and half the governments in the world have dozens of these things, that $120 million would write a ticket to rebirth for every center in the state. All the movies, films, pilgrimages, conferences, conscience-raising, experimental programs of fringe scientific research, all of that would be prosecuted to a glorious end. The amazing thing is, we who have no money have all the ideas. If the cost of one fighter plane were spent on the promotion of ideas to save the world would probably advance 50% closer to its own salvation. So what is the matter with us? Why are we so perverse? What is it that drives the inertia of these dominator systems? Because we're not asking for half the military budget, not even close, and yet we're not being cut any slack at all. And it doesn't make any sense. People love to talk about the new freedom in the Soviet Union and how exhilarating it must be. My hope for the Soviet Union is that they shame us with the level of their freedom of discourse and their ability to look their past in the face and reassess where they are going. So this is not a plea for $1 million. This is a plea for consideration of the perverseness of the way we set our priorities. The world can be saved. It's simply a matter of diverting, I would say, 5% of GNP to do it. Well, only a terminally psychopathic person would refuse to divert 5% of their energy flow toward their own salvation. If we can't get our act together to do that, I think the calm and cool judgment of Gaia Almighty is, who needed such clowns? I'll hang out with the octopi, the dolphins, the butterflies, and the termite nests. I don't need this headache. I don't need acid rain. I don't need strontium in the environment. I don't need extraction of petroleum products and tons of junk in orbit in order to foster what? Shakespeare? There hasn't been a Shakespeare for 500 years. These clowns aren't producing anything. H-bombs don't make it in the Gaian scale of values. So the point here is tremendously perverse misdirection of resources, a tremendous patience with institutions that have proven that they are either ineffective or actually the enemy. You know, institutions like the Brazilian government, large pharmaceutical companies, capitalism, so forth and so on. Why are we so patient when our world, our children's world, the world of all future life on earth hangs in the balance? I think that the time is really coming when people are going to have to stand up and be counted. And I hope when you leave here this afternoon that you will feel that our group experience has given you permission to come out of the environmental closet, the psychedelic closet, the caring for the fate of the human family closet. Because all of these things are either dismissed as perverse, dangerous, or airheaded. And obviously, they are not. This is the most serious business that we could be about. This is what we were born to do. It must be, because if this is not what we were born to do, then what we were born to do is witness the death of the only living world we know. And I, for one, am not ready to stand mute witness to that kind of an atrocity. Do you want to add anything, Nicole, and then we'll take more questions? Anybody out here? We'll take questions now till around 3 o'clock. Daniel. Well, yes. I mean, we're sort of in a bind, a time bind. We now have many of these medically interesting or potentially medically interesting plants growing, but they're not yet large enough that we can make bulk biomass harvest for research. In the next 2 or 3 years, we hope to be able to do this. We are growing Castanospermum australis, which is a plant with a potential impact on inhibiting the AIDS virus. And we're beginning to supply a lab with that. Hopefully, Sangre de Grado will come on.
Tababuya.
Tababuya. We're growing that, and we're hoping to create a scheme. We have that, the Eukarya.
Those are terribly important. I have seen them work. I have seen a man who was sent to Lima with cancer in terminal, just no prognosis at all. I went over his medical records, and he had 10% cancer cells in the bloodstream. At the time, they came to him in the hospital and said, you know, the doctor said, "It's awfully sorry, but you've got to leave because we're going on strike tomorrow." And so it was the biggest break he ever had. Some friends came to take him home, and the doctors told him he's got about 9 days left. He's dying now. They took him home, and they started him on this uña de gato and a few other things. The other things were he had a cystitis and generalized septicemia as well. And in 2 weeks he was walking around. The strike lasted 31 days, and the doctors were absolutely floored. They didn't believe he was the same person. When I met him, he was back at his original job. He was 54 years old, I think, or 58, which was teaching ballet and flamenco. And flamenco, I have done a lot of dance, and flamenco is the most exhausting thing I have ever done. And I've known him now for 10 years or so, and he's still fine. I took the director of the Ciba-Geigy Cancer Ontology Investigation Laboratories. He came over from Basel to visit his daughter, who's a friend of mine in Peru. And I took him to see him. He flipped. He said, "You've got to get me some of that stuff." After he examined the man, said he had one small node, totally inactive, on a bone, on one rib bone. He said, "You've got to get me some of that." I did. I knew where to buy it in Lima, and bought him a good quantity. And he took it with him. He said, "I will start research on this immediately." Then he had the nerve to write me and say, "You must never tell anybody about this." They hadn't even paid me for what I put out for the stuff I bought. And I didn't ask them to. And I haven't heard from him since. And that is what I consider one well-established case with proper evidence. It is one of many I have run into who've told me about it, but I have not personally read their medical records from a cancer institute. And with things like that, are we going to let this all be destroyed? Are we going to just say, "Well, you know, that was one case," and because it isn't one case, there are many? Aren't we going to insist on some real investigation in a public way so that everybody knows what happened, and the results are not kept privately for one organization? That's murdering people. Because to keep that information secret, I think, would be a sort of mass murder.
Yes. Yeah.
A lot of your role has involved part of the players in the story have.
Yes.
Many of the stories make the physicians look muddle-headed.
No, not necessarily. They are muddle-headed. What physicians? Yeah. It's not the physicians.
Are there physicians in or around the jungle that are allies from one point of view?
There are a few. There are more and more coming in to do research on it. Not so much in this country. Germany. I have just been over there at the invitation of an institute that was founded by the wife of the president. He was president until 1984. And she is an MD. They have now 44,000 members. They are testing things like that. In Germany, you can buy all these things, you see. They're offered to the general public, and physicians supervise their use in many cases. Why can't we? Why does it have to be kept secret? The answer is to get people saying, "That stuff's there, we want to see it researched." Why isn't somebody doing some clinical investigation? You're in Rome. Dr. I have his name written down somewhere. I brought with me his name. There's a man at the University of Rome who's working on this, and he's doing some very interesting work. I think it was he that established the low toxicity of unidicato, and which was he found it to achieve any semblance of a toxic effect, they had to give more than 1 gram per kilo body weight of concentrated extract. That's kind of a high dose. And but this country, no.
A good example or a good case that shows how all this works is the AIDS problem, which as soon as it was identified and they knew what they had on their hands, they took 2 directions. Some of these big pharmaceutical companies, it's called rational drug design, where you know what you want this molecule to do and you design it. What I understand by jihad is he's saying people who don't agree with this can convert or go under the sword. I haven't reached the end of my rope to that degree yet, but I do think politics as usual, even revolutionary politics as usual, is not enough. There has to be an almost religious intensity to this. I think we'd have a religious intensity if we were personally struggling to save ourselves from drowning or to escape from a burning building, and we are drowning and we are in a burning building. So I think we need to rise to that level of adrenal focus and single-minded intensity. And to my mind, what this means downstream, not now, but downstream, is a psychedelic religious option. I mean, I hate the word church. It will not pass my lips in an affirmative mode. But a psychedelic community where the periphery is political interaction with the rest of society, but the centerpiece has to be the boundary dissolving sense of communal collectivity and common caring that typified tribal peoples in the archaic time. There's no other way out. Maybe this way won't work. It won't work unless we try it. But I don't see anybody with an alternative plan. Most plans to solve some problem are directed at some fairly short-term problem. But I think we need to think about the next 500 years, and in a slightly less intense mode, the next 1,000 years. I mean, what are we to make of ourselves? Whither mankind? Are we to be ultimately viewed as a cosmic accident, the perils of unfocused intelligence, or can we reflect the inner dream, the inner image of wholeness that inspires us and makes us more than animals and raises us up as a simulacrum of the goddess? That's what I would hope for. And thought, cognition, planning, caring, emotion, communication, intentionality, focus, and authenticity are the domains that we have to be in order to carry this off. You wanted challenge? Some of you have made fortunes. That was no challenge. You wanted a challenge? Save the planet. There's a challenge. That's what everybody who came before did. They participated sufficiently, at least, to pass the buck to us. Can we participate sufficiently to pass the buck to our grandchildren? Or are we just going to go down as the lamest generation in the life of the planet? I can't believe it. I know too many of these people. I love too many of these people. We just need to do our best, as the Grateful Dead say, just a little bit harder, just a little bit more. You can't go back, and you can't stand still. If the thunder don't get you, then the lightning will. So forward into the future with a high heart and reasonable hope that we can make this planet into a living reflection of the inner dream. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you, Nicole, very, very much.
I'm peculiarly useless in this sort of discussion because I have not been in this country enough to know whom I want to shoot.
I'll point the gun. You pull the trigger.
I don't know the tactics nor the people to approach. That hasn't been my business. I'm a retriever.
Well, and you're a wonderful icon. God forbid that any of us should ever be nothing more than an icon. But it's a throwaway.
But that implies a totally motionless object.
An icon. Well, you pose as an icon. It's just a part-time job.
That there is a way moving forward, and that way is education. Education is light, education is hope, and education is the path to move forward.